plenty of water. Nice. What's this? Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Who the heck are these people? Ellie, what's this? Whoa, we got some people here. Whoa, Ellie's here. What's this? Holy smoke, somebody's here. What is this? Dude, that's Ellie, man.
Hello, come on in.
It looks like it says. Yep.
That's an activity.
He put his head down. He didn't want to be seen. He put his head down. Look. Who's that guy?
Got another one.
What's this? Oh, we got some activity.
We got some activity here. Oh, they're going to the back.
Dude, that's LE, man. You can tell by the light.
Holy garage? They go to the garage.
Hold on, I gotta get my tripod. I gotta get the tripod. I'll be right. Oh man, we'll just stay here till he gets out.
I'm gonna hold it for you.
Can you?
Yeah, I got you, man. Go grab that tripod.
Right there.
Yeah, I got you.
That's LE.
Good morning.
Ellie.
I rewound the stream. I was doing some host stuff and heard JLR start.
All right.
Somebody's
See JLR
here,
stream, you can
somebody's
zoom
here.
in.
So we are.
See that?
This all started about 25 minutes ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 26 minutes ago.
All right, we got something going on.
Maybe they're gonna try to pull more DNA.
Maybe.
Whoa.
Who knows? Dude's definitely LE.
Yeah, and he put his head
Hi,
down. He didn't wanna
Caden.
be
Did I
identified.
say that correctly? Good morning.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
It looks like the garage is open too, guys. The garage is open. We'll go grab the drone.
I was in such a hurry. I didn't get all my
Yeah, we got somebody grabbing the drone already.
stuff set.
Guys, let me go grab the drone. I'm
Bear
gonna put you
with
guys right
me.
here, okay?
Super cool music going. I wonder what this is for. Are they coming back getting the DNA? It wasn't on yesterday, but I know some things happened, so I will be going over those and reviewing those later today. I wasn't planning on coming so early, but I saw this and I thought, oh, I knew there's some people that would want to see this. As usual.
There they are. What they got? Shh. They're leaving.
He said later. Later, Jared, or later somebody.
They're leaving.
Both are leaving.
Nah, one's leaving. He's staying.
One is leaving. Hold on, guys. What happened?
The other one just pulled back in front of the garage. No, he might be going out too.
This is JLR stream. Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. He has been nice enough to let everybody use his streams just to get the word out there to keep the story going.
Hey, what was that about, guys?
Already noticed some reporters leaving today, things like that. So it's starting to, interest is starting to wind down, but she still hasn't been found.
You can tell by the light on his vehicle. Oh, you got the drone on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they get the drone up. I wanted to see this. I was
Went to the
hear him,
back.
but I couldn't
Back.
see. I was across the house.
Mark the shark. Got it. Good.
Let me go on the side.
Yeah. Went to the back. He got the drone.
Did he go into the garage?
He's in the back.
He hasn't come out.
Just pick up
Yeah,
here. So what is that?
it's the backyard.
Back there.
It's just yeah, he went back there.
In the house.
So maybe there's hope if they're going back. Everything we heard yesterday,
Went in the back.
the DNA sample was too degraded to be able to put it into CODIS. So that was the snag, which we wondered and questioned about that because of the odd wording that the sheriff was using.
Yeah, he walked in with no gloves and booties. That's how they do it here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. They're good. Another glove.
So,
So I got the camera right here. Oh, reflective. Okay, hold on.
No, the guy in the hat. I don't know. It looked like some sort of contractor and he left. This is definitely LE. You can just tell. You can look at the right corner. Because I swear I saw a badge on his side.
he was being really odd when he got out of the car. He didn't want them to see. What do you think? Is this a good sign or a bad sign? I know today we're supposed to be going up to Mount Lemon. So we're gonna have a little field trip.
I'm going to keep it right here so we can learn more what this can be about.
Mics are open.
I guess when they got there, they went through the garage.
You're good. Actually, I like you using that camera. Good.
Oh, and I know I was gonna let everybody know. I know I've had some comments and some posts on my community wall. I am not getting notifications for any of that stuff. So if you did post something to me, and you see me live, let me know and I'll check it out. I don't know what's going on, but YouTube is not playing nice right now. So he's not gonna.
Pulled up to the driveway. Side of the house.
Kids are like that too.
So hopefully they're in there, maybe getting some more samples.
Two are here. I need to plug in the phone, okay? Yeah, it looked like
So I also talked to a drone guy up away, definitely law enforcement. Two of them went the back. It is believed it's the locksmith. The first guy was the locksmith that let them in, and then the locksmith appears to be coming back.
Why would they need a locksmith?
But it's two law enforcement that are in there.
That's weird.
I'm gonna move up into the shade a little bit.
Why would they need a locksmith to get
I'm
in
gonna
there?
move next to you in the shade.
Of course.
It's better.
Yeah.
You guys are doing great work.
You too. You're killing it.
You're killing it. You're the photographer. Let's get that right there. And hopefully these cars can come through. Okay. I don't want to be in his shot. I don't want to be in his shot.
And I know a lot of people have said stuff in here.
I'm not in your shot, right? I'm not in your shot.
JLR, I don't know him, but I will
Because
say, just from
he
my
originally
observation,
came-
he's been one of the more polite people out here,
went over there before.
making sure he's out of everybody's way, trying not to be too intrusive.
I think you're right. Because the shirt said something like Team Hardware.
Team Hardware.
Hardware Team or something.
Gone to the house lots of times, haven't they?
Law enforcement wise?
You've seen law enforcement.
Last week there was another locksmith here doing something.
That vehicle, but how did you know that one was lost?
Because the thing on the vehicle it said it.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
It
It said it's some company. I don't know. I posted on X, named the company with the side. He said some safe, some locks and safe. Whatever. No. Actually, someone named yeah,
It looked like light.
yeah. But again, speculation.
Let me do this. 'Cause I'm fast forwarding through the feed, and I think we don't miss anything, but maybe we can catch up. And I keep seeing people saying, what if she's in the house? But I would think by now they would have to know. And if they had the Border Patrol canine out there.
We can see what we're doing here first. I want to the house. I'm fucking guys.
And I would imagine they would already know that would be.
One last, one still here.
Did see that no trespassing signs that were put up yesterday.
Yeah, it's a vacuum or some drilling.
It's something like
Deep. With him.
Here we go.
Who was that? Who was that? A female and a maybe some sort of detective?
So, Christopher, is that a detective or is that the DA? That's probably what's going to happen now that all the news people have moved out. That's when everything's going to happen. I just wonder what caused this. Because as of yesterday, according to the sheriff, they didn't have anything. There won't be any press conferences until something big pops up that he feels the public needs to know.
that, the high pitch, not this. A little while ago when there was no one out there, and that guy was still in there, it was so like
Drilling?
It was like it's like a dentist.
Years. I didn't
Some sort of it keeps happening.
drilling.
Like a dentist drill.
Maybe trying to get with the cameras.
Yeah.
You can hear that.
Bro, could they be
My goodness.
maybe taking up flooring to see if there's any more DNA that they can get that maybe drifts between floorboards, something like that.
Suitcase. That's that one guy that stayed behind.
Hmm.
Hear that?
See?
Yeah, it's a vacuum or some drilling.
It's something like I told you. That's what I was hearing. So
Dude,
like a
you can hear
dentist
like
chair.
like a dentist drilling.
Well, somebody said a vacuum, so maybe
It's not them up there. You can hear it like hear it.
Yeah, it's coming from the
Dude, they're
house.
drilling in the house. Let me see if I can catch that on. Dude, you can hear it. They're drilling.
It's got to be some kind of evidence collection. I mean, maybe we are going to get lucky enough. Maybe they're going to find something.
Doing some sort of drilling.
So we have so far this morning locksmiths come in, open up the house for them. When he leaves, an FBI backs up into what we believe is FBI, backs up into the driveway area.
It's law enforcement. There's 3 inside now. 2 males, 2 female, or 1 female. 2 males, 1 female inside the house here.
It's just weird. And then we have the video that came out from Savannah yesterday saying this is a family reward. Didn't say anything about the sheriff's office. So I wonder if she's over their BS too. At this point, you don't want to get hopeful because it seems like every time all of us get hopeful, and here comes Sheriff Nanos to come crush it all, you know? Which funny thing, I don't know if it's StreamYard or if it's YouTube, but I cannot put Sheriff Nanos in a title without it getting flagged for spam.
Or maybe undrilling like a camera mount maybe or something. What do you guys think?
I think that's
I mean,
interesting.
just hearing things with the drilling. I heard this. And it's not the drones. Because that camera's going up.
Uh-oh, let's see. Just a second.
Perhaps removing a tile to take for DNA samples instead of back and forth with bad sample. I would think they would bring like a forensic team though, if it was anything to deal with DNA, like forensics. This is either feds or detectives. It's not like normal like Pima County like deputies or anything like that. These are serious people here. We'll most likely see at one point, but there is a tree in front where we can
New
clearly
people
see
pulling in,
who exits.
just trying to find them.
What's going on? Yeah, no Mount Lemon. No Mount Lemon. We're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere for now. No Mount Lemon. And I let that go live know until we find out what's going on. Some people even suggest don't go to Mount Lemon just in case something happens at the house. Because it is an hour and a half to get up there, an hour and a half back. We would have been missing what was going on. Kind of why we're at these scenes, right? When these things pop up. I think this is a big deal that they're back here again, doing something back there in that house. Will they be able to find something or gather something to help them solve this case? This is day 25. Nancy Guthrie. Day 25, and law enforcement is back again inside the house. I'm not so sure about DNA collection. I think it'll be more of like forensic type thing. Folks. Whoa, rack of them coming. Oh shoot, we got a rack of them coming. Holy smokes. Whoa, whoa. Man, they're feds. Suits. Holy smoke. Law enforcement. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Big deal. They're just all over the place.
Holy
Feds
cow.
everywhere.
Thinking they came in hot. Dang.
Feds all over the place. Here they come. Here they come. Definitely feds. Whoa. Holy smokes.
Nice. Look at that suit.
Whoa.
We got suits coming in.
Yo.
That means something.
Dude, they came in.
Oh, and somebody just mentioned in another chat that they came in the wrong direction. So they just went whatever way they wanted you to get into that neighborhood.
Nanos. Where's Nanos at? You guys see Nanos? I haven't seen that.
And
I saw
it was
suits.
mentioned
Attorneys, maybe? No, that's Fed.
They're feds.
Yeah, Fed
That-
for sure.
Camila Day had court today.
Dang, FBI is no joke, guys.
They came in quick.
They came in hot. They said we're taking over. Nanos is probably sleeping right now, guys. Come on.
Mm.
Fed. Everybody's saying Fed. They came in the wall. They came in
This could be a good sign.
They came down the wrong way.
We haven't seen that much activity
FBI here.
at all.
Dude, there's 3 SUVs that came in Tahoes. Dude, they came down here quick, man. They came down the one-way street. They went the opposite way.
They're feds. They'll do whatever they want. They do whatever they feel like.
Something is cooking, folks. Something. Let me just show you here. These black Tahoes. Something is cooking here. This one. And there's another one I think I pulled over there by the side. I don't want to go in front of everyone's camera, block everyone's view. Where's that other SUV? In that back. So there's one in the back there, along with another white SUV. One. There's another one. So they're all here. I'm gonna use this spot right here because they're gonna all come around this corner.
I'm so glad he was out there. I thought today would just be
This could be the break of
ordinary
the case.
day.
Serious stuff going on right here.
FedEx coming through.
Oh, and they're supposed to go pick up that.
Now I have to keep an eye on the road and see if even more come. I'm gonna ask Mark the Shark. I'm gonna go up there and ask my drone guy. Hold on. Let me just ask what's going on.
Got goosebumps. This is the most activity we've seen since the start. I just got 2 new subscribers, so whoever you are, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You guys have been awesome through all of this.
I messaged Melissa.
I wonder if we'll get a press conference now. Probably not. That's you probably knew this was going to happen. Well, I don't know how much she's in the loop anymore. It kind of sounds like maybe the NFBI is set to get you. And I don't blame them.
Yeah, no, when they come out. Oh, yeah. Just tell me whenever to move, okay? Okay.
All right, so 4 of them came out. Yeah, there's 4 of them. Yes, you can.
These are JLR 4 parts of the vehicles. But 3 pulled up, right?
Yeah, 4 of them are out on the back right now. 4 of them standing in the back.
You might be getting in back there. So is that how they actually got in? Was through the back? The back door was left wide open, right? My question though, which back door? They've never said. Is it the door, that blue door that leads into the side of the garage? Or is it the patio door? It's under that awning.
So I'm gonna just spin this around, folks, and just show you for a second. They're out there. Some are out there. There's more than 4. I would say there's probably about 10 maybe total law enforcement around here, about 10. So there's some outside and there's some inside the house right now. This is looks like some sort of group huddle going on.
Skirt. I wouldn't think maybe when an FBI agent wear a skirt. I've seen all the women in like slacks. So I wonder if that's someone like from the DA's office. Maybe they do have something on somebody that they've picked up. And they're going back to tie up loose ends before they drop another warrant. I wonder. Or again, do they have somebody in there gathering stuff to be able to go to a grand jury? Are they that far yet, or do they really have nothing?
So it looks like it appears there's multiple outside, inside. This might be a whole entire Fed operation, maybe.
I think we can all collectively say that this is a good thing. The feds are taking over.
You need Starlink. I got my Starlink on right now.
No one good. It doesn't appear none of them are Pima County.
No. I don't believe that sheriff at all.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing there's no Pima County. All feds. I wonder if they finally just said we're taking over, or if the family, with that statement from Savannah yesterday. It just makes me wonder.
Oh, yeah, the front door.
The only Pima County is running security. That hasn't ended very well either. There's people digging on the property, people knocking on the door, delivering pizza, people putting cards on the door. That was something that we learned yesterday too, is the feds are moving everything back to Phoenix for their command center, so they can have one central location where they have more resources.
Back
Supposedly
over. Here's they're all in the front door.
won't have a command center in Pima any longer. That was what was said yesterday.
This appears to be an entire Fed operation going on, folks.
What was that? Oh, they're in that archway in the front door. Okay. They're looking down with the droplets, maybe.
Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
Here they are. There's one. Just took a picture. I will say, viewers, I believe this is an entire FBI operation. I do not believe any Pima County Sheriff deputies went inside that home. You have the one deputy outside, but everyone appears to be federal law enforcement in this matter. They're behind this tree. They were taking pictures and everything. Thank you, Kay Miller. Very grateful. Thank you. Stand by. They're going to probably be moving here shortly. Right, they're kind of walking now towards like a group huddle here. The eyes all over the place. Oh, they're walking in the back. Right, they're walking in the back. Crazy. Just when we thought the case was getting cold, we have major law enforcement activity out here. Media is everywhere out here, man. Now, look at all this media.
Well, and they keep going back to where when the police were there, when they get out and they were walking and patrolling, they'd get out, they'd walk around to that side, they'd come back. So is there something over there of interest that we just don't know? And if there is, why isn't this place roped off with crime scene tape?
I'm gonna go back over here, position myself here. Let's see what happens here. FBI all over the place. Right here. They're gonna come out here. They're gonna come out here. If I see them anywhere else on the property, they'll let you know. They're gonna come out there. JLR Investigative out here in front of Nancy Guthries home. Feds inside, outside, went around the house. I would say there's about 10 of them here. Estimate total. They've in a convoy of black SUVs. Here we go. Everyone's running. Everyone's running.
No, just one guy. He had to be.
We'll see exactly what this is about. This is anything. Just told they were inside the house. All of them.
You're reporting you believe this is FBI?
It is FBI.
It is.
Yes, it's absolutely FBI.
This is not.
They came down that way.
Did they?
Yeah, they came in a convoy. Yeah, they're absolutely FBI.
This is not Pima County.
No, this is FBI.
FBI.
Yes.
Do they have?
I mean, I could be wrong, but it's FBI.
Yeah.
This could be an entire FBI operation inside home. You got the Pima County deputy here.
Right. So our drone friend, he says that the blood is still right there.
Is it?
The drone man.
Crazy. Heather Warwick, thank you everyone for the support as we cover this in real time. Told you something could pop off any day.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen this amount of law enforcement here, and we're day 25, and they're like back here probably reassessing the situation. As we learned yesterday, the FBI their command center has been moved to Phoenix. We just wait. Dude, we were ready to go up to Mount Lemon. Plus, you got to keep in mind, a lot of them had suits, well-dressed suits. I got a cool down this. We might lose feet. I have to get the fan, but we got to cool down this. I think we're okay. If this goes away, I'll be back. Okay, get this fan up. I got the fan in the car. That'll be okay. Still in the shade. Sorry, folks. I had to get in the thing. I have to get this cooling fan up in the vehicle. So I'm standing out there in the hot sun. So I stepped away a minute. So we're just cooling down. I'm here. Got that cool notice. So we're just gonna sit here and wait and see them pop out. I'll stay right here. I'm in a good spot here for now. Mia, I got your fan. Maybe get it up there. I don't know how effective it will work. But I'll just stay right here for now. As soon as we get something, I got my other phone, so FBI has arrived. So after that, is it still better now? Yeah, up there. Yeah, they're feds. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're feds. 100%. 100% fed. wacky during the day, man. Look at these guys. Trying to solicit donations.
Your video popped up from about a year ago. It says that in my live stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On them?
Yeah. I didn't watch it. I'm going to when I get a chance.
Check it out. I got a former person that used to work with them in North Carolina, Helene. I had a half-hour conversation with him the other night. He spilled the tea.
See,
He said, your video is 100% spot on.
I don't know.
He's like, he said he'll come on the show if he wants to and he can share it. And I said, well, I want to keep it focused on here, but if nothing's going on, maybe I'll bring him on. He can share who United Cajun Navy really is. He used to work with them and they scammed him and ripped him off. He's from North Carolina. He operates an entire search and rescue operation in North Carolina and he got scammed by him. Now they're sending him death threats, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Cease and desist and death threats.
That's pretty low.
All right, so we're just waiting out here for the FBI. These are the FBI vehicles out here.
Something I had heard
Everything feels cool. It feels much cooler over here.
yesterday too was that there are two different. There's the Royal Cajun Navy, and there's the United Cajun Navy. That they're two different entities.
Lady JJ for life. Thank you. Thank you. This is most likely the FBI's behavioral analysis unit. They profile and analyze. They go over the crime scene for psychological analysis. What do you like about that, John DePietro? FBI's behavioral analysis unit?
That is the case. We could be seeing a shift with them taking more of an active role.
Yes.
In the investigation.
And maybe that coincides with the headquarters being
Headquarters, that was a
Move.
loud statement. Savannah, the video, telling people contact the FBI, not to contact the local sheriff. You
Exactly.
wonder now if the sheriff is raising the white flag and saying, go in and do
go.
what you
Yeah,
have to
do what you have to do. I'm tired of this.
In a little while, there's a JLR interviews.
There's nowhere.
It's John, and I'm going to
Those
go
black
over that
SUVs. Federal agents.
yesterday. He did it. I want to go over that.
I called him.
We didn't get to do the whole thing. It was a good interview.
And I asked him, I was like, can the FBI just straight up take over this case? Unless across the state lines, they can't. Obviously, we don't know that. And so, if they're in here with the sheriff, it's because the sheriff let them in. If they're in here without the sheriff, it's
No, they came in with it appears a locksmith.
Yeah.
just now, today.
A locksmith opened the door for them. I believe that's what we're hearing. One of the guys that works for the drone saw somebody open the door in that back original vehicle, and then that back original vehicle left.
Wow.
They
Okay.
said-
I wonder if they found something.
I think they're just going to fresh eyes, overlook.
Well, instead of it crossed state lines,
That's good.
and if they could go with the theory that she was brought into Mexico, and then that gives them the doorway to take over. This is really interesting.
I ain't glad I walked over here to see if anything's going on. I got that angle right now, the side of the garage.
Yeah.
And in the front.
So we wait, folks. Vegas, thank you. Vegas Soul Searcher. So I'm going to keep it here as we wait outside the home.
Zoom in on the windows. Okay, so if I go over here,
What's going on in the windows?
There's one window that doesn't have blinds.
Really?
Yes.
One window without blinds? So everyone kind of just fall back into the shade because it's really getting hot out here. We're just waiting. Once they come out, we'll go view.
Thank goodness he didn't leave.
So it's this one right here. So you have
A lot
to
of
far left
mainstream media left.
behind the trees. At night, I can zoom in, I can see the one wall and stuff around. And then I just see reflections and tricks.
They're gonna be really mad that they left now. Hi Ethel, welcome.
Thank you.
I don't know, I feel like this is a good sign. It might not mean that she's still with us, but it might mean that the right people's eyes are on this case now. No, not yet. But about an hour ago, the feds showed up with a locksmith to Nancy's house. They went in through the garage, the locksmith left, and then a bunch of big black vehicles came down the road the wrong way and pulled up, and a bunch of what we believe is FBI agents all poured out, and they are, someone put a drone up, and they are walking the property, and they were in the backyard discussing something. And someone just told JLR that they think that it's a profiler team coming in and walking the crime scene. Hi. I was gonna say, excuse me. Just teasing, that's all.
We wait, folks. I'm just trying to get some information, and
Yeah, I was gonna come on later
if they
because
pop out, we'll go over.
I do one of my nail projects while we watch and monitor this, and so that's gonna have to wait till later because this is just more interesting than than nails. I hope this is a good sign. Oh, also, when they first got there, JLR and someone else heard like drilling going on in the house. So I don't know what that means. And we heard yesterday that the unknown DNA profile ended up being, it wasn't enough, or it wasn't viable enough to send to the FBI lab to send into CODIS. So hopefully that drilling noise was them. We were wondering, like, were they taking up tiles or like a wood floor, piece of a wood floor, or maybe some drywall, something like that to take to get, maybe there's, to try and find a little bit of a sample to put into CODIS. But that's yet another little fib that the sheriff told us, because didn't he tell us that the DNA in the house didn't match any anyone in CODIS, and they were going to go to the genealogy leg of this. But now, yesterday, it comes out that wasn't the case, that it wasn't viable, and that's why they couldn't get a match, because it can't even go into CODIS. This is the thing. I support law enforcement. I love our police force that we have where I live. But this sheriff has done, it's almost like he's on a mission to make this as confusing and as possible, to lead people away. He's trying to save his own behind and how he looks, and not impressed. I feel bad for the people of Pima County, and if someone goes missing.
I'm just gonna keep this here and we wait, folks.
I live in a small town, a small county, and anytime we've ever had somebody missing, they have the cavalry out if we have someone missing. First day, first moments. And that doesn't seem to be what happened in this case, and it's sad. No matter whose mom it is, there's still an 84-year-old woman out there somewhere who had something done to her that she didn't deserve. That she most likely had nothing to do with, and I don't know. Is this personal against Savannah? Was this just random? If they saw somebody that they thought had money? Look at that scary neighbor again for a second.
Morning. How are you? Came from Nogales?
No, it's not here at.
Oh, I thought you were like down there in Nogales.
I was gonna go down there. My U.S. passport, although I'm brown skin.
And thank goodness JLR didn't go down to Mexico that day, because that's one of the things he was talking about, and he decided not to. And
it was the mother, the leader of that group, the CEO, the president, was the one like leading her.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought it was you. I was like, man, you made it all the way down there.
No, they told me to come along.
You get into the trenches, my friend. You go right in the trenches, man.
I do, but it's too soon to whatever happened to Mexico right now.
Yeah.
I got
but they're here now.
Yeah, I was with them right now down the street. They were down here on Orange Grove.
This is the significant development here.
What happened here?
The feds are here.
I know, bro.
Well, I mean, they came this way. They zoomed in from this way.
Pretty fast.
Opposite, yeah. Came in deep, and I'd say about 10 total.
But somebody told me, break it down to me. Somebody told me earlier, somebody dropped off somebody on the truck, then left. 30 minutes came back, and with another person.
Two arrived. The back vehicle appears to let some agents in. That back vehicle left. Then one agent, while one was inside, left. Came back and brought a female agent.
Okay.
And I'm assuming those ones in the white vehicle are agents. I'm assuming. Then they went inside, and a convoy of these black SUVs came. 3 of them. Yep. That's how the feds do it anyway. They roll in. They're rolling deep like that. But this is when's the last time the feds were here at this house?
Been out here.
I haven't seen them.
So now
This is like serious stuff. I mean, because they were analyzing the front, they were taking pictures there on the side of the house. They were, they were all front. They're walking around. They're in the house, outside the house. So I think they're reevaluating this whole situation, possibly maybe even taking a lead on this and just saying, kick the curb, Nanos. I'm just speculating on that
One
one.
thing, maybe speculations, maybe the sheriff department finally decides to hand over the case to
Maybe.
the FBI.
Maybe.
All right, this morning, the case is yours. Take over.
Yeah, take it over. Or we're going to take it over, regardless if you like it or not.
Mhm.
I mean,
Something needs to be done.
it's, we just heard, the FBI's moving their headquarters to Phoenix. Maybe this has something that maybe, with this case, has something to do with it, And Lynn Clue, thank you. Thank you, Lynn Clue. Kay Miller, thank you. I appreciate that. 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Very, very grateful. Your support helps us, tremendously. I'm not asking anything from anyone, but I really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
He's not.
It was quiet in the last couple of days, and look what we get here. A major significant development here. It's unbelievable. Mass Last 617. I'm assuming Mass is Massachusetts. Thank you for not giving up and bring us the details live and truth and holding accountability. I appreciate your dedication. Thank you. NRO 1825. They need to take the doormat with them. Why has it remained in place all this time? Thank you, JLR. Yeah, the doormat.
Mm-hmm.
We've discussed over and over. The doormat is still in front of the house, right in front of the door. The doormat. Take it. Just take it. Doesn't hurt. Might catch something on there. Some sort of footprint fiber or some sort of footprint. Something. Determine the size of the shoe, maybe of the perp. That can help.
Well, they'd already opened up the crime scene.
Maybe they're getting new DNA.
Sheriff, both the blood drops and the
since Nano's messed up the DNA by sending it to his Florida lab.
be involved.
It's coming from Sherry. Beagle Mom, thank you. Beagle Mom. Thank you, Cindy West. Thank you. Your dog, 3851. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. 5 new members of the JLR Army, courtesy of Your Dog 3851. Now I'm going to sit here and look here a little bit and kind of read around, see what this is, and try to understand more. We're going to keep it here because it's nice and cool under the shade here. It is hot in that sun. A lot of people here with umbrellas and whatnot.
I think so too, Mark.
Tammy Lock 4349. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. The JLR Army is growing, courtesy of you fine folks. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Or does somebody have like some
Janera Dice?
The weird kid living in the backyard, in the basement that did this, that saw an opportunity to do this. But
so we're gonna wait and see what they come out. If they come out with boxes, they come out with anything, they come out with evidence. We're gonna wait.
I don't believe that they actually did it.
And see.
But maybe had someone else do it. Thought this was gonna be an easy way. That first guy still bugs me when he texted him and said, "Do you have the Bitcoin yet?" That was the text. Do you have the Bitcoin yet? That bothers me. It bothered me since I read it. You just never know who knows who.
Maybe the FBI's turning up the heat.
And what is it they talk about? Is it Occam's razor? I keep hearing people talk about that. It's like it's the simplest. It's the simplest theory that's usually the correct one. From India, wow. Well, welcome. Yeah, I've been following it too, and it's just. Okay, this is a worldwide story. There's so many people. So now our count is, I think, 5 different countries that I've had in here that are interested in the story and following it. We've had South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, now India, and the UK. You would think with the whole world watching you that the sheriff would be a little more I don't know, involved in the loop. Exactly. And I don't know if you heard the daughter's statement, Savannah, yesterday. But she talked about her being taken from her bed in the middle of the night. That was something that was said by the sheriff at the beginning. Then he walked it back. And now that's what Savannah said in her last statement. And we know that there was a heart rate spike at 2 a.m. She had hearing aids, so she wouldn't necessarily have been able to hear somebody coming in the house, walking in her bedroom, whatever. Can you imagine waking up to somebody that you don't know in your room? I mean, she must have been so terrified. And it still bugs me that she didn't have a subscription to the cameras, and that she was, that there weren't more safety things put in place for an 84-year-old grandmother who lives out in the middle of nowhere. And I know there was a streamer the other day that was saying, we were led to believe that this was so barren and this was, out of the way and everything, and it really isn't like that. The houses aren't that far from the road. Well, if you've been watching them, you've probably seen how absolutely pitch black it is outside at night. They have the light ordinance, the contract that they've worked with the Arizona University because they have the astronomy program there. It's been there since the 70s. There's literally no lights out there at night. And JLR and what's the other guy? The guy that streams at night. Dad's Gone Live, I think his name is. They've both shown that you literally can't even see your face, your hand in front of your face if you're out on part of the road where there are no houses, there are no lights, and I get it. She's lived here for 50 years in this house. She probably wouldn't want to leave, or the memories, things like that, but they would have moved there when Savannah.
See what this FBI stuff is about. NRO. I agree that they should take the doormat.
She lived there.
I agree 100%.
5 years old.
The doormat.
About. Her dad would have lived there with them, so there's memories.
Thank you, Lynn Clue. Thank you, Lynn Clue.
It is, and everybody's so angry.
But who knows? We don't know what they're going to come out with. They've been here for over probably close to an hour now. Because we were ready to go to Mount Lebanon. Yeah, they've been close here for an hour now.
So you were in my area. I'm in Michigan.
Where they at? Right over here. Here they are. Side of the house.
That's something I'm wondering too. It seems like that area.
They're looking on the left side of the house.
There's a screen door right there, like, and that area of the house is where the police keep going back and checking too when they patrol. Sliding glass door. Did they bring her out
He's
that door?
focusing on the left side of the house.
Because we don't know what door they brought her out. We don't know how they got in. Oh, you're right. Thank you. How did I do that? I looked at the date too, right
They're
before.
behind that wall over there. On the left side of the house. You see some movement over there.
Thank you for catching that, Erica. I need a babysitter today. Well, most days. Like today's any different. I even had a double shot of espresso this morning, so I should be on it, but here we go. Thank you, catch girl.
I don't see him anymore. They were just out there at the left side of the house.
When they might be, just like another chatter had said, they might be walking around throwing out theories, the brainstorming, profiling, trying to figure out, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. Which again, in my humble hairdresser nail tech opinion, this all should have been being done the first week. And if Savannah, this is another question I have too. If Savannah's coming out on TV offering $1 million,
Current scene out here. Just large amount of media gathering out here.
then what happened to the $6 million? Have they found that isn't tied as
About here
another
waiting to see
opportunist?
what these FBI agents do.
Oh, they haven't.
You can hear John in the background. John Pietro, is that his name? Got on my nerves a little bit at first, but now I am growing on me. He seems to have some good sources. The things that he say end up panning out to be true the next day. You know, I was just thinking, hey, Mark, you said that you lived here and worked for 25 years. My son's pediatrician. She goes back to India every year for a month and spends the holiday with her family. And she said it's so different. It's so relaxing. People are so much kinder there. And I believe that was something that was that they knew because, well, there's been rumor that the DNA that there was another blood trail in the hallway leading from her bedroom, but that's where they found this.
If they leave, you should just drive over to Annie's house because they could be going over there next. That's a great point. That is an excellent point. Has anyone considered that?
And that was said at the
Afterwards,
very
go over to
beginning.
Annie's
The sheriff
mom's
said
house.
it in his first press conference about a woman being taken out of her bed.
That might be something we should consider.
And then he
Just
walked
in
it
this
back.
situation.
But I believe that's something that they knew. So there's got to be evidence of, and there's that 2:00 in the morning heart rate spike that was
Does anyone know what's going on?
information that was sent from her
If there's
pacemaker
any
to her,
activity going over there now?
her device to her doctor's office. And so that's making me wonder if that's, so we've got what, 1:47 is when the doorbell camera's being messed with.
Well,
13 minutes later, we have a heart rate spike.
oh, we have a guy with drone. There's no activity going
So
on.
were they taking
They're
down
all
cameras,
inside,
stuff like that,
per
and then
se.
they get in the house through the back?
I think they just came out and they went to the left and they went back in.
You know, could it be something as simple as she forgot to close the back door?
But I'll go
Maybe
find
she
that
came
out.
home, went
I'll be
outside
right
and
back.
looked at
I'm gonna
the
go find out if they're out.
Or were
Go
they
ask another drone guy.
beforehand and they
I'll come
unlocked
back in
the
about
door?
a few minutes and report.
But I think that was a fact that was known early on because of the scene in the home. But it was walked back when the sheriff kind of blurted it out. And then I've heard too that's people keep saying, why aren't the family talking? Why aren't they doing this? And it was said, I can't remember where I heard it last night. One of the, was it Megan Kelly? I've got a bunch of stuff that I have saved back that I was going to play later. I wasn't planning on coming on this early, but this started to happen. I thought, you guys would want to see it. But she was talking about advice that the family was given. And I believe that was from the sheriff. And it just looks like, and there's no shame in this, but that he really didn't know how to handle this. The shame is when you don't admit that, listen, we don't deal with this stuff. I need help, and bring in the FBI. There's no shame in that. To me, shame is destroying a case that maybe could have been figured out. And because of your own ego. Yes, that's what I wonder too. Did someone else have a key to the house? Because if it's not forced entry, something was either left unlocked or someone had the key. Because I can't imagine she would let a masked man in her home at 2 a.m. And she probably wouldn't even hear the doorbell. I think there's a lot of facts in this first two press conferences that ended up being walked back and just said, well, I was just talking. I don't think he was. I think there's a lot of facts in that. And if we go back and listen to some of them, didn't look here. It's more about what he doesn't say or what he takes back, which is what he actually says. What he actually says is has been just a bunch of junk. It seems like.
That's what I think is going on. Something behind not only inside the house, but things outside the house, but inside the house. So we are here. We're going to see what happens. However, because of the ability to juggle several stories at once, I can do that. It is also, as you know, because we cover a lot of news, this is obviously news, but there's also other news. And the other news is the big story, and that is the Pacemaker wasn't fixed.
Oh, exactly, my man Jerry. Exactly.
We're elected to the executive.
And that's just it. What will it hurt at this point? Is to have everybody you possibly can looking for her.
as an epidemic.
I mean, in my belief is they should have had any kind of like hardcore evidence as far as samples, fibers, things like that. We're at day 25. We should have already had all of that, so there shouldn't be any worry. And like I said, I don't understand that they have trained groups like Equifax and things like that. Now, I haven't heard. This is the United Cajun Navy that's coming in, and they're going to search. And that's something I have to look up today.
Good morning, very anxious, or good afternoon. Look, anxious to hear
During the Sebastian Rogers case, JLR had some issues with the Royal Cajun Navy, and so did
That's his whole thing.
some of the family of the missing child.
We're ready to deploy resources.
I'm not going to speak on that because I don't know exactly what went on, but I know that all of a sudden JLR pulled out. A couple of other people pulled out of that, and that was it. Now these guys are the United Cajun Navy, and I don't know that. I don't think that's the same. I thought it was the Royal, and I've been told those are two separate entities. Exactly, Erica. You don't sleep in your hearing aid. Take your jewelry off, your hearing aid, your glasses, everything that gets set on the bedside table, and go to bed.
You got scammed in North Carolina doing green.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, we said it again there. Look,
What was some,
Yeah, I do.
and the women, they will be there. What were some of the things that stood out to you last night, other than, I thought that I think it was only fitting that Lee Marmo, Shelby White House men, they didn't even bother attending, as we talked about this. They would say so much of light is just showing up. They didn't even ask. But I am curious to hear some of your thoughts and things that stood out.
SE? I mean,
I'm telling you, first of all, if you want to search anything like Florida,
Espresso hasn't kicked in yet.
come out
Man,
to
Jerry,
Arizona, you want to search,
I need everything spelled out for me.
it's two completely different things. We have the best search teams in the world out here because of this terrain.
yeah,
I mean, right now, if anyone wants to go look up
Yeah, but-
Arizona search groups, you know,
yeah, yo, there's plenty. Here,
Well, 8x7 had to get right there because they were supposed to pick him up.
exactly.
Put him out lemon.
They would do it. This is an interesting development.
No,
This to
is-
me, like one, the feds have not ever been here since we've been here. Have you ever seen the feds here like this since you've been here?
Go ahead.
And you were here days.
No, I mean, you saw the picture I posted, and I the video with that. This place was just empty, except for the white coffee. And unless the feds came within that 2 or 3 day period,
Oh, it's okay.
What do you
but
think
not
of,
like this.
New York City?
I think this is the fresh eyes look.
I think it's
Yeah,
fresh
I
eyes.
haven't seen any of that. Don't apologize in here. We get excited and we start typing, and either the search button or the send button gets hit too soon. We all do it, so no worries at all.
Yeah, he's over there. Buddy.
As far as we know, everyone so far has been told that they are not allowed to search without permission from the sheriff's
I
department.
thought the crime scene collective lady left. I just saw her.
Yeah, I did too. I don't know what she did. All right, we might have some activity. Maybe
I also
we might have some activity. Hold on. It appears we have some activity, folks.
That's pretty much all. They just came out of the car. They came out, they were in the car, or what? They went back.
Oh, they went back. All right, they just came. They just went in the car to get something.
I will be right back. I am going to mute for a second. I've got to go make a little person
All right, I'm gonna go back over. It looks like they just came
peanut
out.
butter and jelly
for a
sandwich,
second.
but I'm
I'm
going to
gonna
let
stay.
this keep going. So if you have any questions, please feel free. Put them in the chat, and when I come back, I will answer them. If I can.
Group is back. Not in your way, John D. John D, am I? You're good? All right, they're still inside the home.
One more thing before I let you go. The governor declared, obviously, record still full, declared a state of emergency. But if you were in office, would you be down in magazine is not there, but would you be in Washington DC? That's an opportunity. Be it you, somebody, you're there, reaching out to people, reaching out with additional money and resources. Right now, we don't even have anyone to do it. Finally, what was your reaction watching the squad members there was scene buttons? I think it's time to have someone who's on the team represent. Got a good buzz going. Getting excited. Thanks for taking the time to do that. Thank you.
Feds at the house here, law enforcement presence here at Nancy Guthries home. They now have been here, I would say, getting close to an hour and a half at the home here. SUVs, black SUVs. They're here. We're just waiting to see what is going on. Up front of Nancy Guthries. Yes, they're done. Could this be the major break in this case? A fresh set of eyes. New eyes back at the scene here.
they're not quitting. They're like, they're coming. I have a feeling some folks. So I want
I think this is a huge development, folks, that the FBI is here at Nancy Guthries Home. 3 black SUVs.
things seem to be coming down. So some of the networks, they were in back. So as a result of suddenly, so then of course the big not only I believe for the last 24 has been very significant between the sheriff and also the FBI. Because when I'm looking at right now, again, we are live in 15 so watch. Facebook. So that is very much announced FBI investigation rolled out here at the this also tells me that somebody that is requested to be one. This is the first one I see. I would also, I believe that the sheriff was keeping them there. They had to just go off more information that the sheriff had. But it sure seems as though the FBI, they want to come out and do their own investigation within it. Now again, I recognize some people don't understand the dynamic of that and that it does become turf war. But we've been hearing about that behind the scenes, and now we're seeing it in the front. Whatever was said, whether it was from Savannah or whoever, to me, someone's got to the sheriff. As of right now, they're nowhere with this. And they're not. They don't have any suspects. I want to also reiterate, I want to thank folks. I do want to thank so many of them. Yeah, that's not plus the one that is helping. Remember, check them out online. Help me. One, they also I got the bigger one now.
And then you could get a yourself a solar panel for it too.
Yeah.
That little solar panel, you can charge.
Works all day, right? Pretty much.
We'll see, right?
On the Starlink, it goes about 6 hours on the Starlink.
I haven't seen all of them.
Yeah.
But $100 and something bucks, you're not paying $700 for the bigger one.
Yeah.
You can charge it on that.
Yeah, mine was like $400, $500. I can't take it on a plane. You can't take them on planes.
It's nice to
Yeah. So the best bet sometimes when you're on the road is you just buy one at Harbor Rights and take it back. I'm sorry?
People ask me why everywhere not
Yeah, because of that.
Same reason I can't take it on the plane.
Yeah, exactly. All right, folks. I was just talking to IRT Media. Go check them out. He's out here in different areas and stuff like that. We're just putting our heads together. Out front of Nancy Guthries Home here, and we have a law enforcement presence with FBI here in multiple vehicles. It's just a wait and see, man. They come out in boxes.
What's that?
There's multiple of them.
Yeah, they probably got assigned to different locations. But you know, one thing that I thought of, what if the intruder was staying in the back house? Because no one would check that.
At one point,
Well, maybe
during the course of the crime,
that's, yeah,
kind of waiting.
you know. If they're back there looking, why would they be looking in that bunkhouse? Whatever it is, it's like a little casita. What would be the reason that they would need to go in there if nothing occurred?
Matt Finn just posted out. FBI says it received 1,500 tips since yesterday's Savannah video, offering $1 million reward.
Nice. You post that.
Sparky 0909. Hey JLR, the porch carriage lights look like they have broken glass. The porch carriage lights. Where's the porch carriage light? Wonder
Up
if the
here on
perp
the top.
unscrewed the bulbs. Oh, right there?
The top.
Top. Yeah. I'll look into that, Sparky 0909. I'm gonna screenshot this and thank you. The porch carriage lights look like they have broken glass. Wonder if the perp unscrewed the bulbs. Ellie should swab them for DNA, in my opinion. Keep up the good work out there. Yeah, there's two of them out there. So as soon as this clears out, I'll go over there and see these two porch lights that are above the breezeway hallway there, or the foyer. That's interesting. I'm going to take a closer look, or maybe we can get the drone. Here, I'm going to go ask one of our drone guys.
they have to because it's a system. So how do you know? So one of those.
So everybody's down there just waiting. They haven't come out yet. They're all just down there waiting in the hot sun. It's hot out there. They're all standing there waiting. They want to get that shot for their publications. You know, them, the feds coming out in single file, coming to their black SUVs. They're trying to get that footage. So and they've been here getting close to 2 hours now since federal authorities have been here out front of the home of Nancy Guthrie. Just as we were thinking that the case has gone cold, it's getting cold with no new developments, and boom, they come. They swarm in and are inside this home. And you've also been looking around outside the home too. Outside the scene. Nancy Guthrie. Investigative. See what this is all about. We're getting close to the 12 o'clock hour. Let's wait and see what this is all about. I'm going to check out that Sparky 0909 in a bit. I think the perp had a key, Shell _772 says. Very interesting if the perp had a key or not. We've discussed that. If there's no signs of forced entry, either Nancy let the person in, the person slipped in somehow, or the perp had a key.
Exactly.
A duplicate key under the mat, key under the rock.
And that's one interesting thing because they would normally tell how somebody got in the house.
Yes.
If they kept that information out for a reason.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Good, man.
Good to see you, monkey. FBI here outside the Guthrie home. We're just waiting to see what comes out of this. Are they looking for Nancy inside? Can Nancy be inside the home? Any clues that can help the FBI? What's going on here? We got another sheriff deputy that just drove by. Another sheriff just arrived. Probably shift change from this one. Usually come around noon. Some people suggest some of the people in suits could be AUSAs or prosecutors. Wait and see.
Oh, this is very significant. Wait. When I was out week 2, we did see that light was quick. Again, we are before the whole of this. We did see that light just walk across for the front of the car. There is some grass. There was a lot of grass, but not a lot of people. It is a desert.
Okay, I'm back.
So not a lot.
What was updated yesterday?
Not a lot of people. They'll see roads. But you can see them walk across. But not like this. Not the way.
FBI. FBI.
That's how it moves. They even see like this. They're going back. This is intelligence in intent that they can learn something where they want to do it. This person also says this type of sleep, the way that it inside college trust raise the steps of each one. But instead of cover that this is opposed to
Part of me wonders if he was gone that first that night. You know? I mean, sadly, that would be a way better place than being stuck with kidnappers, people you don't know if that's what happened. I just have this weird feeling, though, it's going to be something that none of us expected. That's how it usually is. And I was watching film last night, and they were talking about that. What's going to happen is that gradually, if this is ever solved, and when they start getting out information, that things will probably start making a lot more sense to us. We'll say, oh, okay, now this makes sense, now that makes sense. But, really,
This guy just said we might hear that.
yeah,
Another sheriff on duty.
I did too.
This might be big right here.
Because they were really pushing that message.
All right, so it says, quick update. A contact that indicated a possible information gap in growing between state and federal agencies. They stated that the federal tip being currently investigated on the Guthrie property was not shared with local authorities.
Nope.
What do you think of that?
That's why maybe the locksmith was here to let him in.
Yeah, because they were the key.
I mean, that was
Sheriff's
the locksmith.
department
Yeah.
really has the key.
But now the sheriff shows up. Not that this is the sheriff, but another two sheriff on duty is. You haven't seen
And it
that.
still
in
bothers
the
me that the actual sheriff isn't shown up. We're talking about all these young investigators. They've only been around for a couple of years. Where's the sheriff? Lead your team. But as we heard, he's gone down to a 3-man team. 2 senior investigators himself, and they will not share anything with anyone. And they're just telling everybody what to do. It doesn't work that way.
What's going on here? Nah, it's just shift change. Shift change.
Exactly.
That's the vehicle convoy the feds came in with.
I don't know if you saw it when those vehicles came in. When the big black vehicles came rolling in, it was like Men in Black. Like, what? I mean, it was. You knew something was going down. I have to get my cricket out and make everybody FBI shirts. FBI rules.
He might move his vehicle, but yeah, he's coming out. I think he's going to move his vehicle. No, he went up. Sheriff deputy went up. I think he's going to pull around and come out. Maybe. Nothing's confirmed. Nothing. But I mean, what the media is kind of saying, people in well-dressed suits are here.
When I was upstairs doing lunch, that was one of the things I was wondering. I heard someone say something about. Oh, excuse me.
People in well-dressed suits.
Wondering if that was possibly.
All right, so this deputy appears to be coming back out, and he's probably going to go. Well, he's just sitting there.
That's what I wondered.
Over there.
Are they trying to get information to go to a grand jury because we do have somebody? And I am not trying to be hateful, but I still keep going back to the son-in-law and some of the friends. You just don't know. People do really stupid stuff when they're having money issues.
So the sheriff vehicle parked over there and blocked the area.
I'm checking on X right now.
I don't know if it's Cameron Guthrie. I know people have been saying one of the guys is Cameron Guthrie. That has not been confirmed. People think it's Cameron Guthrie.
Yeah, that's the guy in the baseball
But
cap.
I mean, it could be Cameron Guthrie.
But I'm looking at a picture on X and it doesn't look good.
Okay.
Check your
Thank you.
That man looks older, probably FBI. Okay, now I'm reading this. This is from Jennifer Coffendoffer. Let me share her really quick. Share this tab. She says, Nancy Guthrie, there's activity at Nancy's house. The folks in suits look like attorneys to me. Prosecutors often want to see a crime scene firsthand. They would likely be accompanied by a lead detective / agent. This is a positive sign. We talked about that a little bit before and just said it. Are these possibly like prosecutors that are in the world? Is that? Huh. He thinks that's probably AI. I'm gonna go back to this. I'll keep searching.
This girl told me to tell you that.
No, that's what I'm.
Oh, okay.
I told him. He actually asked me.
Okay.
He's aware. He didn't really know. That's why he asked me. Now he can choose to do whatever he wants. You know what I mean?
Okay, now this is something new. This is by Adrienne F. This is from 18 hours ago on X. She said JLR just had a worker approach him. So I missed his stream yesterday. Who said he was being asked about the dates, January 11th and January 16th. There's a new date. He does work / service on a neighbor's yard. He said the FBI asked him about these specific dates. Why? So now we have January 16th. He also told JLR, pool guy here, had to provide DNA. So I wonder if this is...
Yo.
What's going on? I don't switch it yet. I'm out the way. It's kind of funny. I don't know if you guys are ever in it. Like, you can hear people in like other chats like going, "Tell 857 to be quiet. Tell him to get out of the way." Poor guy. I don't know him, but I think it's like JLR's diehards. Some of the other people scream diehard for what, you know?
All right, it appears they're leaving. They're leaving.
So I would suggest now.
I'm gonna go down here. Just give me. I'm gonna get my other thing because everyone's swimming down there. I'm gonna get my other thing and I'll come back.
Are they going to? I wonder if they're going to go to Annie and Tommaso's next, or were they there beforehand? Nobody's out there now because the sheriff. everybody's trying to be respectful because the sheriff said that he cleared them. FBI, however, said no one is cleared. I'm really trying to pay attention to what's being said between the two entities because the FBI is going to hold everything really close to the vest. The sheriff's department, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's a mess, obviously. A complete mess. But somewhere in between is where we find the answers that we keep asking. Between way too little and way
So
too
we
much.
don't know who was in the All right, they left. They left. They left. But it could be still people here because the white car is still here. But there's still that white car down there in the back, the white SUV.
I just had this feeling the family said this week, we're done. We're done. We're not taking your advice anymore. Let the FBI handle this. We're done. And if they haven't, they should.
All right, so the three ones left, but the white one is still in the back.
And I read something the other day, and I'm gonna have to find it again. It was about the sheriff, and well, not necessarily him, but the office, the sheriff's office, and that they were in some trouble because they were caught sending, and they said it was an accident. But I thought they said they were caught sending tax records, which how they would have these, I have no idea. But of undocumented people to DHS. If you're undocumented, how would you file taxes? I'm gonna have to find that article because it's something along that line. And that the author of the article didn't think that it was maybe exactly a mistake.
Some people suggest go over to Annie and Tommaso's home now. I'm going to look and see. Just monitor.
Yes, and she didn't mention the Pima County Sheriff at all. That was like, that really to me was telling. Again, we keep saying it. It's more about what's not said that you use your common sense to figure out than what you do, than what is said. And I think
Annie's and there was zero activity out there, so
Nothing? You went by that past there?
just right before here. So
You did?
Yeah.
But I'm
Nothing
wondering
going
if
on.
something's going to happen now, like if they're going to go over
because
there
now
now.
they're gone.
gas right over there.
What about that neighbor? He's got the
Not.
phone number of that neighbor. Call that neighbor. The one that's he's the Department of Defense contractor.
Yeah, this is already.
He's the one that said that there was rumor in their neighborhood in Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood. that Tommaso was in Italy.
This is nice. Makes a difference.
That that's his home country and that he went home for the Olympics.
Everyone's down here still focused on this vehicle. We'll wait and see.
Which, if that's
Out of
true,
that.
I find that odd. I think
That
of a
was insane.
lifetime or not.
That was the first one that was here, right? The white one.
Yeah, the white one's still here.
Your mother-in-law goes next to you. It's not because of you. You stay home
Somebody should go over past Annie and Tommaso.
and support
I should go over.
your wife. But
I'll
again,
go do
that's
that
neighbor
now. I'll
gossip.
text
We
857.
don't know.
Yeah,
So,
are you
it's on the way
leaving?
home, so if anything,
Yeah. See if anybody's over there.
All right,
So you head out that way anyway.
yeah.
Are you gonna
So I'll
text?
text you if there's anything going on.
Cool.
All right, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Later.
Good job, monkey.
He just like child monkey.
I wonder if they think that everybody left, or do they still think there's people back? It appears like everybody left, right?
No, there's that white vehicle's still back
truck.
there.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just, can I get this in here a little bit?
Okay, sorry, I zoned out watching
I'll
this.
just keep this here and wait. And see, we're also getting somebody to go over there. What's his name? Monkey.
Righteous Monkey.
Righteous
on
Monkey.
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Young
He's been
Righteous
covering
Monkey on
a lot of
YouTube is
it.
going to go over to Annie and Tommaso's and just text us because he has to go that way anyway and just see if there's anything going on over there.
Okay, well, I'm going to do this really quick. Because I want to see this.
Holy smokes, folks. I got the tea.
This is last night.
So I will just say a worker that worked on a neighbor's yard, the feds contacted them last week. And this worker, and showed me some pictures, this worker, the feds were asking him about January 11th and January 16th. January 11th and January 16th. Inquiring because he does service to a neighbor's yard. I'm not going to say what he does. He does service to the neighbors. And he said the FBI asked him about January 11th and January 16th. January 16th. Whoa. Not only that, but I was also told that the pool guy here got DNA done. They made the pool guy at this area. Made the pool guy get DNA.
Would that be why they had him? They wouldn't have had him come out to
Her
the house
pool
to do it, would
guy. Her
they?
pool guy had to give up his DNA.
Or maybe he showed up for regular maintenance
He also showed me
and got surprised. Maybe they didn't even
out
realize
here
he was coming.
during the first time of the search, and he said the helicopter was low. It was right there. The helicopter was low. Show me pictures of the helicopter. Also show me pictures of the house from another angle, but I'm not going to show that. But yeah, helicopter. But that's some tea. January 11th. Now the feds are asking someone that worked on a property next door. He said he got a call from the FBI. And he said, yeah, I talked to them. They were asking me questions about if I seen anything suspicious on the 11th and the 16th. See? Dun, 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 dun.
Interesting. So we've got a new date. So that while I go digging some more.
That is interesting, though. If the FBI just came over here and didn't even alert the sheriff, or the sheriff left.
I just found from that John DiPietro NBC sources claim Savannah Guthrie wanted to post $1 million reward on day one, but sheriff discouraged it, saying it would lead to too many false leads. I don't know.
Is that Savannah's brother?
I don't
Look at this.
Does it look like him?
I mean,
Is the same hat?
just the hat. Let me see if it is the same hat. No.
I don't think that's him. That man looked a lot older. I'll show you the guy that they're talking about. They think. We're talking about this guy in the ball cap. They think some people are thinking that this is Cameron, the brother. But here's this. This is from Brian Enton. Hello.
Do my camera, please.
Hi. Yes. Okay. Yes. They look like that old one.
Yeah, that's not Cameron. That's an older man.
Can you do my camera, please?
Guys, look. Hi. Yes. Okay. Yes. They look like that old one. I don't know if they're like speaking with a age or something. Does that
Can you do my camera, please?
guys, look. Hi.
Yeah. I don't think that's him. I think that looks like an older man. Well, you know, like, I don't know if I want to be chipped, but like at least a life alert necklace, like something. I mean, I have a 91-year-old aunt and we check on her every 15 seconds, you know, I mean. I'm interested to see if they go out to in Tomas's, but everything I'm reading is saying, I mean, and again, you know, it's the internet, so who knows if somebody really actually, you know, works for whoever or whatever and has the knowledge that they're putting in a chat. I don't know, you know, but they're talking as if that this would be something that would be pretty right here. Yeah, this is from Matt Finn. What appears to be well-dressed investigators are examining Nancy Guthrie's front walkway, looking down and standing near the area where blood and masked suspect was. And you know, this is what happened in Idaho. This is what happened in the Murdoch case. Prosecutors walked around the crime scene And they get their information, they get their head in the game as far as what they're looking at for a crime scene, etc. And then they go to a grand jury, and the grand jury decides if they have enough to bring a case.
They can pull that.
Here comes all the news. You gotta run out from
I
the
know how to
hotel.
pull one if
They're
they're
sitting
in
in all
county
the
jail.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're back out here at the scene, Nancy Guthries, and there's still someone out there inside the house, and we'll stay here until we find out what's going on. And why do you think the feds were here today? Share exactly what you think. I'm gonna move his Starlink just a little bit. That's IRT. I'm gonna use it out of the sun. No, it's not me. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay.
something I'm noticing too. I just saw like a 7-second video of the locksmith pulling in. That's the same truck, it looks like to me, that pulled in. It was probably like the second week. Pulled in, went back to the garage
Like a leaning tower.
area, met an agent out there, and walked through. So I wonder if they've had to get a locksmith every time they've tried to enter this property. If this is
So
another
law enforcement's still here.
bit of backlash. Oh. So here from Brian Enton, an unmarked SUV pulled into Nancy Guthries 44 minutes ago on X. An unmarked SUV pulled into Nancy Guthries' garage and the door closed before we could see who got out. We didn't know that. They pulled
Oh,
in.
leaving. Leaving.
So that's all of them, right?
I believe it's all of them.
Oh, well, thanks for coming in, my man, Jerry. It's good to meet you. No problem. Thanks for hanging out with us. Having a good discussion. Have a good day.
Last of the law enforcement just left Nancy Guthries' home.
Okay, well, then I'm going to take this opportunity to do this. I'm going to flip this over again. This is the FBI agents in the backyard area. Taking picture. You just took a picture of the ground right there. They're all walking to the left. Did they take her out the back? Why was that piece of wood right there? You just pointed at something with his foot. As a trying to keep firearms on the women. Interesting.
You know the FBI?
You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, sure. It might be.
I'll send it to you in a text.
Who else you- It's definitely not the sheriff.
So I think I'm gonna go drive around for a little bit.
You want to just do the thing tomorrow?
You want to, or what do you guys think?
I mean, there could be some activity. You know,
Here, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
guy's in
there's too much
back,
activity to
but
take
no,
out from this
because
area.
I want
But
it to be.
right now,
Wow.
because they could be
What do
going to
we
another
like that?
location.
I had Mark's
I was
stuff
gonna
in my
drive by
truck,
other
so I just drove by to
houses
bring
and
it
stuff.
back.
If I see something, I'll shoot you a
And
text.
that's when all that stuff happened. That's
I appreciate that text too.
So I-
Yeah, yeah, no problem. Trying to get out.
Send
Give me
out
time
here.
to stop at the gas station, get all the trash out of my truck.
Yeah, yeah.
That way we don't drive around any dumpsters.
I mean, imagine if we would have left. Like,
Oh, yeah. Now I don't even want to go out tomorrow. To be honest with you, I kind of want to just hang tight.
Checked out.
But I do want to go.
I think things are happening. Maybe we would do it on the weekend.
That'd be a good idea.
Scratch it.
I don't know what's there. It's weird.
Scratch it.
Unless there's a ring, and there's a bag, and all that, we have to fill out this stuff.
Right?
Now I got
Hello, everyone. You know, a bunch of us streamers are out here collectively, and that was pretty interesting assessment of what happened here. Do you think they were just doing an overall review of the house? And it's not like they came out with boxes.
Yeah.
It's all right.
We heard drilling
I gotta go by the big
with the
house.
first white truck.
I gotta go.
Really?
Yes. Oh, we got Monkey over there at Annie's. Nothing's going on at Annie's. He would have let us know if something was going on at Annie's.
No, he hasn't texted.
We didn't get the text.
What about Lutz or the other guy?
That's it. I don't know.
I'll go there if that's Lutz.
Luke.
Oh, oops. Yeah.
But I think I'm gonna take off. I'll be back later. If something pops off, I'll come back, or if not, I'll be out tonight.
Sounds good.
All right, later, guys. Later, Joe.
See you, dude.
See ya.
Later. Good seeing you today, man.
Getting shot one more time, get out of the way.
Turn that down a little, and I'm going to share this.
A low light on my camera, and so I zoomed in real good.
This is not Adrian. Dad's Gone Live tells JLR about suspicious activity a few houses down from LD House. Oh. Okay. This is
Any crazy stuff at night lately?
Yeah, a couple nights ago on Saturday, I actually just went over to their house to see if I could talk to them. There was a car that was made on, I think it was First, and he was going real slow on up First, and he made a right onto Orange. And when he made it right on Orange, he stopped wrong way in the turn lane, eastbound in the westbound turn lane, right? So I drove past it, thinking like, well, this is kind of weird. I turned back around, like, well, maybe this guy's DUI, right? So I want to feel good if he's DUI and he hit a family with kids in the car. and this is around like 2 something in the morning on
Yeah.
Saturday. And so I turned around and I parked across the intersection and I zoomed in. And I called it in as a possible DUI, just because I don't want to.
You don't want to hurt a
hurt
family,
a family.
hurt a delivery
And,
driver, anyone out there in the middle of the night.
Yeah, well, I was on the phone 911. He takes off and he goes like 5-10 miles an hour, and I'm on the phone 911 still. So obviously I'm not going to run a red light. So I wait. He goes down the street in Luke's neighborhood, and he backs into a driveway 2 houses down across the street from Luke's.
Really?
Yes, and he gets out with a flashlight.
What?
Because I have like a really good like low light on my camera, and so I zoomed in real good. I was doing like 1 frame a second so I can kind of see what's going on. And the guy, you just see a little flashlight flickering around in there. And so I call it back in again, and then he just turns around. He comes. Because my truck was off, and I was like halfway down the block, and
he didn't know you were
He
watching.
didn't know I was watching. He gets back in his car, and he pulls back out and comes right by me at like 5 miles an hour, real slow. I had to go up and make a U-turn. I'm not going to pull in someone's driveway.
Yeah.
So I went up, did a U-turn, and when I came back out, I lost him. But
Well,
the sheriff's department called me back, and the officer said, that's actually extremely suspicious. That doesn't sound like a normal DUI driver's. And the fact that it happened like right across
from a house they raided.
right across the street from the house that was just had a raid a week prior.
Clip that, folks. Play that on Twitter. I think that's very odd, right? Orange Grove in first. Guy, like you said, and then ends up in right down a couple houses away from Luke.
I'm not
Daly.
saying it's connected at all. I'm just saying if it's just a coincidence, it's a really weird coincidence that it happened right there.
What's he out there doing with a flashlight? Was it a guy? It was a male?
And I couldn't see exactly what the light was coming from.
Was it a male?
It looked like a heavier set guy. And the car to me looked like either a older Toyota Highlander or...
Is that on your live?
It's on my live stream from Saturday night.
Saturday night.
Morning, Friday night.
Dad's going live Saturday night. You know what time?
Yeah, actually, I went to knock on the door actually today because I finally figured I need to go back and knock on the door, and they didn't answer, so I left a message on the Ring camera. But I have the 911
People are saying
call.
there's no such things as coincidences, man. That's weird.
Well, there's too many coincidences. They're probably not a coincidence.
Yeah, I know, right?
So
Saturday night.
The second 911 call was the 21st at 2:51 a.m.
2:50. Well, it's around the same time as when this crime happened.
Yeah,
I thought it was at midnight.
The first 911 call, it was a 5-minute call. I made that February 21st at 2:37 a.m. and I was on the phone with 911 for about 5 minutes.
Dude, that's around the same time, like with somebody taking Nancy out of here.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like,
so yeah, well, odd. We are back at JLR while I go do some more digging.
Last of the law enforcement just left Nancy Guthries home. Now, what's next? Where do we go from here?
No press conferences though, and he's not even going to be answering questions. Did you see that? They put that last night.
Did see this from Mike Ruiz. The DNA samples recovered from inside Nancy Guthries' home mainly came back to people who had a reason to be there. According to 2 federal law enforcement sources, 1 unknown sample yielded only a partial profile that could not be checked against the FBI's database of known offenders.
And then he had 3 total. That's right. Didn't he have 2?
Yes.
So he had 3 total, but 2 like in the building that he could back to waiting.
Wild stuff. Crazy day there. FBI at the scene.
Yeah, they love Bobby, but I'm being much quieter right this second. I saw him for the last all the SUVs that I work on. I think the focus was it's the doorway part of the car. Take a look at the
So much thing on why they have to investigate shit. Private investigators.
Really?
That's what Matt did, but world dress investigator.
Well, I thought somebody said they had a badge.
Right.
8:25, folks. This is what we got under. We're just. I don't see. You never know what you're gonna get here. Is that the break of the case? Clues.
I'm trying to figure out why he's putting the camera on us.
Oh yeah, why is he putting the camera on us? Look. He's watching us.
Uh-oh.
I just waved to him and he gave a thumbs up. Hello. I don't get people when they're in public and say, "Don't film me. You have the right to film me." When they're in a public sphere.
We looked at the video closer
You know
of
who
the
was that now?
You ever get
FBI
them?
agents and that
All
guy
the time.
camera.
I didn't give you the permission.
Yes,
You can't film me.
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't give you no permission to film me in public.
Oh, but I do have.
I did a male and a female voice, folks. I just don't want to think females do it. Males do it too. Males and females. You can't film me in public. You don't have my permission. This better not go on the internet. Or I'll
There is
sue.
this. And we were talking about the trial, Kayla and Luke having to, because they were like, pulled over together. But the Marana Police Department, 5/15/2025, May, filed June 9th. Narcotic sales, weapons misconduct, firearm during a drug offense, weapons misconduct, prohibited possessor of the firearm, like possession of paraphernalia. This, and there's this. Statement of probable cause continued. Observed a used syringe with residue on the passenger floor. Mr. Daly and the passenger were detained. The keys to the vehicle were in his possession. The search of the vehicle located a black magnet box with additional H paraphernalia and a baggie with a small amount of brown tar, like substance consistent with H, on the passenger seat. A black and red duffel bag on the passenger seat held a 9 AR and a loaded magazine. Multiple empty baggies were located in a purse on the passenger floor. The items were positioned in a manner unlikely to have allowed passengers to sit on top of them. A search of the passenger located a large quantity of round blue M30 pills, 17 subs, strips, and a large quantity of U.S. currency. Post Miranda, the passenger advised the firearm belonged to Mr. Daly and stated he likely put it on the seat after she exited the vehicle. Post Miranda, Mr. Daly confirmed that he had been driving the vehicle and was with the female for approximately 2 days. He advised he had recently been convicted of a felony case, and a record check confirmed he was prohibited from possessing a firearm. The pills were later weighed, totaling 104.1 grams without packaging. This is equivalent to approximately 1,000, greater than the amount typically possessed for a person's use. Based on the investigation, officers determined Mr. Daly and the passenger were likely acting in conjunction to distribute illegal rugs. So we have that. But one of the things he says, isn't it funny, which their case was supposed to start this week. Well, he does Tucson though. They're out of Marana. See, Tucson has that live court, that like 24-hour live court feed. But no, that was it. Everybody left. They had someone else drive by Annie's house. Said nothing was going on over there. That doesn't necessarily mean anything because whatever happened, most likely everything happened at Nancy's house. Whether it's him, whether it's a friend, whether it's this Luke person, or if it's someone we don't even know. It was supposed to be yesterday. The motion before the court, reasons stated on the record. Motion to continue trial is granted. The jury trial is set for February 24th, 2026. Shall remain in full force and effect. So that was yesterday. So they're...
Basically there was three black SUVs. One of them went in the garage, the middle of them. They closed the garage. People got out of there. Now, could be two theories to that. One could have been the Guthrie family that they didn't want people to see.
So they went into you couldn't even see.
Went in the garage, closed the door. You couldn't see. One could have been the Guthrie family. They don't want them to see. Or two, it could have been federal prosecutors that they don't want people to see. Or maybe even possibly certain agents they don't want people to see. But one of them went indoors. I've also told that in the back there was an agent holding a tub, like a plastic tub with blue gloves, and that was seen on drone. So That being said,
He just
we've
said
been family retrieving items here back at the house, but
possibly.
the feds are looking on the front porch, they're looking at the side, so I think it's more than just retrieving the goods.
Yeah, I don't know if the family would even need to or want to come here at this point.
No, I know,
Okay,
not with all the cameras and everything
No,
like that.
family, that doesn't seem plausible.
I'm
You-
thinking prosecutors.
That or new fresh eyes. Maybe these people have been working the case, and the only thing that they haven't been is to the house.
I've got to show you guys
They got to
something
check
if I
all the
can.
boxes, and then they get all the tips, and they, sit them down on a table, kitchen table.
Yeah.
And if they haven't been to the scene, it's like the sheriff.
Okay.
He hasn't been out here to really say, okay,
Do this. Okay. There's this person looking out the front door. This was caught this morning. After the feds pulled in the garage, the one car. He just mentioned family. Could they have been bringing him over there? Could that be Tommaso? In the door, maybe they brought him over there to answer some questions about certain things in the home. Maybe this was not supposed to end like this. Maybe this was supposed to be a scare and something happened. And the notes came 3 days later because they had to scramble and figure out how to cover up what they did and make it look like. Because I didn't see any investigators walking around the property with short sleeves and jeans or a mustache and beard. And that person in this photo looks like they have a mustache and a beard, wearing a short sleeve t-shirt and jeans. And if the family needed to go get something out of the house that was important, I would assume it would be one of the girls because it's their mother. Yeah, that's odd. Okay, white van just pulled in.
Van.
Let's
Is
see.
that, is this
Another one
coming
just
in?
came, folks, and now just in. And we'll put the tweet out.
Ooh, look at this guy. He's on a. It's just pulled up.
That
Yeah, they
get
go
their
check.
hand dirty and things like that.
Ooh, another car pulled up.
Another car pulled up. What we got? We're back.
A van. That's a
A
new
van.
That's a new one.
Okay, I'm gonna mute for a few minutes. I gotta get my
Pulled up.
oldest in the door from school. So hang tight.
unidentified white van has just pulled up into the driveway.
We got another one. Went in the garage, closed the door.
That's interesting.
Van.
Is that is this
Another one
coming
just
in?
came, folks, and now just in. And we'll put the tweet out.
Ooh, look at this guy. He's on a. That must be a neighbor. Did they close the garage? Did you see, or they left it open?
So now we have another person there at the house now in a white van. Or it could have been like one of those hatchback SUVs. It looked like more like a van, didn't it?
It looked like a minivan. I
Minivan.
thought. People can rewind, they can verify it, but
I put van. I'm gonna reset. I'll just say white vehicle. White vehicle. I was able to catch it with the garage going down. See the door? Garage door going down. Went into the garage. So who in the heck is that? There's action still going on. White Dodge Caravan.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It looks like a older, not that old, but probably within what, 10 years?
No, I'm under here because I don't like the sun out there. And you can't see what's going on, and I don't want to burn up equipment. We do have the fan, though, but it will still overheat. The sun is beating, and this is a pretty good spot here to see for now. Shoes here. It's but I'm gonna go scout around. Maybe I'll find a new spot.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine for now since we're on the time. So just make sure that it's under there. Well, thank you. Bye.
Just bear with me. I'm going to be working on something. So if the picture goes out, it will be right back, I promise. Never mind. Scratch that.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, they told me down there that it appears to be a civilian van, and it also had some magnet on the back that possibly said like breast cancer awareness, like a magnet on the back.
House cleaner.
Or something. There was like a pink magnet on the back.
Mm.
That's what they said. So it could be a civilian. And then also they had access to the garage to be able to instantly open up the garage. So as soon as they roll in, garage door up, garage door closes.
Interesting.
Who got the white van in the family?
Maybe one family member was brought over to go. They wanted to go see the scene. Maybe the brother, they could be hidden in the back for sure.
Yeah.
But it seems still unlikely that they would even want to be seen.
True, yeah. Well, that appears. So we got somebody else at the house now, folks. This has been the most activity of this house. Continuously, actual activity since we've been here. Weeks ago.
Yeah. That's horrible. Most activity is 4 weeks later.
Yeah, there's like
The breeze feels good. Now, what I'm thinking is those investigators came and then they instruct the techs to do tests, right? Certain tests. Hey, we need a blood swab over here. So the van seems like a good thing where it could be like the techs that come to get that kind of information. What do you think?
Yeah. Some people are like this. Maybe finally we get some progress, folks, in this case that we're seeing.
Holy crap. Separate from the Guthrie case, there's a rescue going on. 2 hikers reported to be without food and water for 3 days. Rescue team found wet. Interesting.
Yeah, so let them up.
Okay. I'll be back in just 1 minute.
Yeah, Trev, today, this morning specifically, was the first time in multiple days, I would say several days, probably the end of last week, that we've seen a significant law enforcement presence here from inside and outside of Nancy Guthries Home. What we saw this morning was multiple black unmarked SUVs, one light unmarked SUV, all drive into the front of her driveway. One even pulled inside Nancy Guthries Home garage and shut behind us. We couldn't see who got out of it at the time. From what we could see, we saw maybe a little less than a dozen suited investigators, or maybe suited prosecuting attorneys. We don't know at this time. And they walked everywhere around Nancy Guthries. We'll take a video now of exactly what this looked like. As I mentioned, it started right after 10 a.m. this morning. We saw some people. We don't know who they are. They got out with out of these unmarked SUVs. They first walked to the entryway of Nancy Guthries Home. $1 million now, right now, as I mentioned, we don't know one of them got over right into this morning and didn't reach out. Now, the other two SUVs the FBI have not seen the main investigation here. I will not be surprised. They want from all cases of the prosecuted in out of my house and the guest house. I saw one person, but in my experience, it is not something appeared out of the high profile for the state of prosecuting attorneys to want to come. We saw he was hovering around the front door to support evidence very from this home. They may enter front door separate with what was, and also talk about the evidence scene. They're going to have to be very camera, and they also saw some peering out of the front door into that stoop. So we're still trying to piece this together. We know that the FBI was here, but not clear who was in that black SUV that went in. So I would say these, are two sets of investigators. Whoever was in that black SUV was clearly about 30 minutes ago. We don't know what they're doing at this time. The FBI is the public. The FBI does tell her to be that this statement 1,000. Many would say it's a good sign. That video yesterday, which the government found out the news $1 million.
So all the media outlets now are saying FBI. FBI. A convoy of FBI. It's coming out with Fox News. It's coming out with News Nation. They were FBI. Could have been others. Could have been others.
I didn't see anybody getting interviewed. This very much seemed like people who just wanted to get acquainted with this area, wanted to come to the house, wanted to see the entryway where that surveillance video picked up the person of interest in this case. And it certainly, in my opinion, it looks as though these may be attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, just wanted to get a look at that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Here we go. Here's interesting review. This is that. black SUV that, ouch, pulled in the garage. This drone footage. Oh, man, I think this is better. And I will be right back again because I forgot I have to look back. So I will be right back.
All right. So as soon as that white vehicle comes up, I'll go up there and get the footage here. See exactly. Here's an interesting. This was shared to me by Chillinois. Go check her out. She put this tweet here. Let me show you about an article about Sheriff Nanos. And it looks like it says here. It says Lieutenant Heather Lappin calls Chris Nanos a tyrant who runs Pima County like a mafioso. Goes on to say, he is a tyrant, Lappin said. He tries to be super charming like when he did his quote at the Guthrie press conference. I'm not used to people hanging on my every word and trying to hold me accountable. And then he puts his hands on his hips because he was trying to be cute. Nobody thinks he's cute. You're a 72-year-old man. Nobody thinks you're... So, Lieutenant Heather Lappin calls Chris Nanos a tyrant. I'm going to the article here and see what this is about. Who is this lieutenant here? One call. We talked to a former law enforcement in the business for 2 decades.
Okay.
And he called Nanos Sheriff Butterfingers. Sheriff Nanos, Sheriff Butterfingers. When we called him earlier today. So this is coming from the Hollywood Reporter. Guthrie Sheriff's former political rival rips Chris Nanos' handling of the investigation. Exclusive interview. It goes on to say, in a conversation with Hollywood Reporter, Lieutenant Heather Lappin calls Nanos a tyrant who runs the county like a mafioso. It goes on to say, in 2024, Republican candidate Heather Lappin lost out on the Pima County Sheriff's seat to incumbent Democrat Chris Nanos, the man currently in charge of finding Nancy Guthrie, by just 481 votes in a recount.
Mm-hmm.
More than 487,000 people voted in the election, making the margin of victory less than 0.1%. There is no love lost between Lappin and her former boss, and you can count Lappin among those who believe Sheriff Nanos is currently bungling the Guthrie kidnapping case, which soon may be a murder case. Speaking with the Hollywood Reporter, Lappin, a former Nanos lieutenant, literally that was her rank, had nothing nice to say about America's sheriff. He is a tyrant, Lappin says. He tries to be super charming, like when he did his quote at the Guthrie press conference. I'm not used to people hanging on my every word and trying to hold me accountable. Then he puts his hands on his hips because he was trying to be cute. Nobody thinks he's cute. He's a 72-year-old man. Nobody thinks you're cute, Nanos. Okay, so maybe some of Lappin's grievances are a little petty, but not all of them. After her loss, Lappin says she asked to be transferred to another county department, any of them. The request was denied, and she eventually relocated to Phoenix, 1 hour and 40-minute drive from Tucson, where she found new employment. It's been a ride. After challenging him for the sheriff's post, Lappin claims Nanos transferred her to the corrections role at the Pima County Adult Detention Center. Lappin has no correction experience, but 20 years as a cop on the streets, and by then the jail was very bad to be, even for the jail. We had numerous amounts of jail deaths because Nanos decided to come in and fire correctional officers only for not getting the COVID vaccine, Lappin says. They don't fire deputies. They only fired corrections officers. Nanos lost an election for sheriff in 2016 amid a RICO investigation. He won in 2020. The same year, COVID-19 began to kill inmates, but so did the realities of a small staff, Lappin says. The inmates were literally kept in these rooms just getting food, she adds. That's it. No exercise, no nothing. It was also difficult for the remaining correction officers to monitor drugs coming into the prisons. In a few years, Lappin would face those challenges, the consequences of being on the ballot opposite of Nanos, she contends. Her new work was harder and unfamiliar, and her nights weren't a lot better than her days. Lappin says she was the target of 13 internal investigations in just 6 months, each allegedly an effort for Nanos to discredit his political opponent. Nanos also attempted to intimidate Lappin at campaign events, she says. He sent 2 female captains to my campaign event to try to intimidate me, Lappin says. He's like a mafioso. That's what it's like. So, yeah, it just goes on and on. It's called the Hollywood Reporter. I'm not just going to keep reading, but now she could be bitter because she lost, right? She might have a grudge, personal thing, and find a way just to talk crap about him. But it appears, based off some other former law enforcement of Pima County and people lower in the ranks, they're not happy with Nanos at all. And watching this case, like we have, and all of you, and watching it and seeing this case, a lot of people have formed a lot of opinions about Sheriff Chris Nanos and the handling of this case. Yeah. Here we are, day 25, and still no answers. Apparently, DNA they collected inside the house can't even get into CODIS. DNA got sent to a private lab and skipped the FBI, where they have, better ways to do the DNA. For in particular at their Quantico lab, and just the crime scene itself and the press conferences of Nanos. What do you think? What do you think? So, wow.
I think he's playing this like he always does.
Like a mafioso.
But now he's getting...
And Nanos is not getting any more press conferences. How about those people they detained? They obtained probable cause, detained a bunch of people centered around this case.
He's 72. He's not a spring chicken. Same things you get away with in your 20s, 30s, 40s.
But in fairness to Nanos, I mean, all of us covering out here, the streamers, the media, no Pima County deputies have bothered us. Nobody has told us to go away and stop filming. And,
hi, Jen.
The deputies that we've been interacting with here, nothing but smiles and hellos and stuff. No Pima County people, officials in his sheriff's department has harassed anyone out here, with, you shouldn't be here, you can't film, or anything like that. So, what do you think? Well, really, they can't. You're right, they can't. They really can't. They have no choice. But they could technically close the street out, really, and make everyone walk down here and make this area some sort of like an area where you can't park your vehicles. You got to park it down. They could make it a little bit uncomfortable. They could block off the streets and say only residents can park here. And technically,
honestly,
when they're doing
FBI
these
takes
things like the
over.
FBI, they could close off the block. I think they did it one time, right? Closed off and pushed everyone back.
I wonder if Sheriff's County
Do
will
that.
push like that.
But no press conferences anymore. No press conferences.
Well, we only got a couple, and they really didn't tell us anything.
Chris Nanos. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I can't even put his name in a title. It will not let me start a live or save a title for a video if I can't put Sheriff, I can't put Chris Nanos, I can't put his last name, nothing.
JLR, you need some mods. Fashion Girl says, keep up the good work. A lot of people saying a lot. Welcome aboard, JLR Investigative.
I think that's funny. It's odd.
We're approaching the 1:16 hour. We'll see what happens here. We got a call. There's nothing going on at Annie and Tommaso's home right now, and it doesn't appear the FBI is in any other location right now.
And thank you everybody for being patient with me. Like I said, I was not planning on going live this early, but there was a few people that would want to see this. Oh, I know the one.
Investigators returned to Nancy Guthries home. But what exactly did they do inside this home?
I wanted to go back.
What are they going to find inside this home that can land them
phone
to
interview?
The perp?
You know what I'm going to do? I will use my other phone. I'm going to mute, and I'll use my other phone to find it so I don't have to give anybody motion sickness. Okay, I found it.
Speak with him sometime also.
You said what? So we're going to do that. Probably be about 3-4 hour swing. We're gonna go check that out, and then we'll come back for the remaining afternoon. So I'm just waiting for the crew to get here within the next hour and a half. JLR, you need to look into abandoned properties. She is. I'm great. I'm going to put you on speakerphone, and then you can shoot away about the Pacemaker.
Okay, now this is. She's a nurse and she works. Well, this morning, that's why I ended up coming on live. After I got on the phone with you guys, all of a sudden, I can hear my TV downstairs. I can hear JLR yelling, "FBI!" There's police. There's all these people pulling in the driveway. So I came down and looked, and FBI was pulling in. So the FBI was in the house. They pulled it. One of the cars pulled in the garage, put the garage door down. Didn't want anybody to see who was getting out of the car, and they ended up being there for about 2 hours inside the home. They were walking around the home. There was drone footage, all that stuff, and then they all left. So we're wondering what this means. Is there something going on? They have a lead. It sounds like the FBI is taking over. But I'm about to play. This is an interview that JLR did with one of his subscribers this morning, and she is like it sounded like she was like a surgical nurse or a nurse that works in a doctor's office where they do a lot of pacemakers. So she had some knowledge about the pacemaker, and I thought it was pretty interesting what she said. So I'm gonna play this. I've got the regular feed on my phone, so I'm making sure if anything happens, we can go right back to live. But I thought this was interesting in case you guys missed it this morning.
Maker, is that cool? All right.
Also, is previous law enforcement, if you would like to speak with him sometime also.
You said what?
My husband is also previous law enforcement, if you'd like to speak with him also. He was a cop in Oklahoma for 25 years.
Oh, wow. God bless him.
Homicide detective.
God bless him. So, Melanie, what's your theory?
Yes.
What's your theory on these this pacemaker?
Yes, I haven't. My name is Melanie. I'm a surgical technician, and what that means is I assist surgeons in surgery and help put in. Well, I do a lot of things, but one of the things I do is help put in pacemakers. And I don't know if you want me to go into detail, but we make a little pocket and we put it right above the heart, and it helps regulate the heartbeat. I know that's, everybody probably already knows this, but I'll make it short. My theory is I think they knew probably her status pretty soon after they made the discovery of her missing, probably when they contacted the doctor's office, whether she was still here with us or not, because it's awfully suspicious to me that they called off the search pretty quickly.
Interesting take. Okay. So they find the doctor that put the pacemaker in.
Yes, that I've thought seriously about that. What you do when you get a pacemaker is the doctor's office, the cardiologist's office gives you a little machine, and it can hook into it can Bluetooth with your cell phone. It also connects with the doctor's office, and of course, with any of your devices, Apple, whatever you have, and it gives them a constant reading. And just because, say she was no longer with us, it doesn't mean that pacemaker has quit working. They have a battery in them, and I also have to replace batteries all the time.
How often?
Battery, they will last 10 to 15 years.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow. So but you're saying, in a sense, if they wouldn't be able to detect it because she's dead, but if she's dead, the pacemaker will still be working?
No, it will definitely be able to detect the status of her heart, yes, when she was connected to it. I'm thinking, though, but they would have probably had to have got a hold of her cardiologist's office.
Mm-hmm.
And that might have taken some time, being the weekend. people are on call and people have to call you back. I mean, I've been through this for the last 15 years. I'm thinking, and they were, they did say it was a missing person at first, if you remember. I'm sure you remember the first days, and then all of a sudden they said he called in homicide.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like I was telling you on the phone, my husband is former LE, and me and him were thinking, if he calls in homicide, the doctor's office have called them back and said, one way or the other, what her last reading of her heart was.
So with the sniffer, though, they can still try to sync it, find it, but find her as a recovery, find her where she's at.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. And if you realize, I have not seen one pundit, I guess they're called, on any of these shows that has talked about this had the doctor on to talk about the pacemaker, and it's been really surprising to me because that's a very important part of this story.
Well, yeah, and I was never aware prior that a pacemaker could be synced in a sense of them tracking it if need be, as far as like.
Absolutely, they've been doing that for years before,
But also your
phones came so far. Yes,
you also said a doctor can also, like, remotely or wherever a doctor is, see and know where a patient is.
I'm not sure how far they can do that. I need to get with somebody the next time I go to work and ask that question. Like I said, I do more than just work with cardiologists. I do all kinds of things, and I haven't been able to ask that question yet. But yes, I will definitely find that out for you in the next day or so.
So really, like, so for instance, if they had any credible information that she was in a specific area based off, whenever they get to the perp or they do some sort of self ping or something and determine a certain area, then they could get the chopper and then do like one of those sniffers at that area once they have an area and maybe find her that way.
You bet. Unless, God forbid, the person is watching and knows that they're looking for that pacemaker and does something terrible.
Like cut it out, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I guess somebody could cut one out, right? No, we don't mean to be graphic.
Very easily, sir.
How far is it in by your heart? Like it's just right under the
skin.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it don't take us hardly any time at all to change batteries out, and not much time at all to put one in. It's just right under the skin, right on top of the heart to regulate the heartbeat. Keep it in a rhythm. And, I don't know if you want to go into all the medicine that she could have possibly been on, but, she probably was on a lot of medication.
And if you don't take a medication, if it's reference to heart, you can die. If you don't, some people say.
Sir, absolutely.
Like what?
Your blood pressure is regulated. The blood pressure will absolutely do that. There's lots and lots and lots of medications that, if she was on any kind of pain medication for her pain, she could go into withdrawals. That is also very dangerous. There is just so many things that medication can do to you.
As your husband being former LE, what's his take about, you guys watching this afar and, him being a vet? Is there something like he said he would do that hasn't been seen or something differently? Or does he feel like this investigation was done properly, not done properly? What is, and then I know you're speaking for him.
Yeah, he's right here. Let me see. Will you talk to Jill? We've been wanting to talk to you for a few days. He's just waking up. Here, let me let you talk to him. His name is David. Just a moment.
All right. We're going to talk to a former LE.
It's JLR.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, David. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for watching and thank you for your service as being a former LE. So David, you've been watching, both of you have been watching this whole case unfold. You've been seeing what's been shown at the surface here as a former investigator. What's your take about this case? Like, about the investigation, what you've seen on the surface, what they could do, what they didn't do, anything like that?
Well, my opinion is it's been a mess from the beginning.
Been a mess.
Yeah.
How so?
Well, Sheriff Butterfingers, he's
Butterfingers. Sheriff Butterfingers.
Yeah, he says one thing one day and another thing the next day. Usually you have a PR person that talks to the press. They're not having any kind of press conferences. But basically, in a situation like what's going on is you find the elements of the crime. You find a motive.
Yes.
You find means, opportunity. And you go from there backwards. And the first thing that law enforcement is going to do is talk to the person, the last person that, seeing the victim,
mm-hmm.
and go from there. And you work work your way backwards, basically, and build your case from there. And we haven't heard too much about them talking to the last person that saw her alive.
That would be Tommaso. I mean, that's pretty much out there.
Yeah.
Tommaso.
I'm telling you our theory that we have about the gentleman that called them and how did he get their phone numbers and all of that.
The guy from California.
Gary Falia.
Yeah. That whole thing was really odd.
Well, I think they got their numbers based off, and we're talking about Derek Kalela, I guess that's how you said the Bitcoin demander that actually texted those two. People's phone numbers are public, more or less, in the databases. Any type of thing will have people's phone numbers because however they get it. So maybe he got it that way.
Yeah.
But it is interesting.
He didn't ask for money though, JLR. He asked, "Did you get the Bitcoin yet?"
Yeah, that is interesting. That was interesting. People have talked about that. Like, okay, so let me ask you something. As you in law enforcement, what determines someone getting cleared? If you got a case like this, and obviously they don't have anything or they don't have the body, but how does law enforcement clear? How can you clear somebody like where the sheriff said basically it took weeks for him to publicly clear, but he came back and said, "Oh well, I had them cleared within days." When you don't even have a body and you don't know what happened here.
Yeah, law enforcement's not going to tell you the truth. If somebody's cleared or not, because if you start saying, well, we have a person of interest, and they tell who that is, the last person that's seen Buddy alive, they're going to not want him to lawyer up. So, if they do find enough evidence to bring him in, probable cause to bring him in and talk to him. So
they just want to keep them feel comfortable then, like comfortable, because once you lawyer up, that's it. Your communication is with that person's
that's
done.
It. Yeah, it's done. You can't talk to them. Arizona versus Miranda, 1964. Miranda rights. As soon as he lawyers up, it's over. So you want to not take that off the table. So you're going to treat everybody or say, hey, we still don't have any suspects yet. And then, because if they didn't have any suspects, they wouldn't have went down to right there by the border of Mexico and grabbed that poor man out of his car and take his cell phones.
Yeah, Carlos.
Yeah. And they hadn't said anything about the suspects at all. And then next thing you know, they went down there and went nuts on this kid.
Base pop. Yeah, they got him basically. His lawyers basically saying that there was some sort of sealed warrant that they can't even get access to, but they speculate it's based off maybe a phone ping that brought him in the area. Plus, he was a delivery guy and he could have been here and maybe delivered a package to Nancy. And he kind of looks like, I guess, the perp, you could say, facial features maybe, and that was it. Is that that's wild that somebody can be subjected to that just based on those few things. There might be more though. We don't know.
Yeah. It could have been, but I've never heard of a sealed warrant. Warrant's public information.
Because don't they have to give the whoever a copy of the warrant?
Yes. Yes, and you also they give them automatic list of what they took, like cell phones, anything in the car, or anything that they find that they take. They have to write a list and give that to the person, as they did the search warrant on. You just can't say you're going to go into somebody's stuff and take it and not have a search warrant. That's where the fruits of the poisonous tree comes in. You could find him red-handed, cold, find the body inside the house, but if you don't have a search warrant to look, it's all
So like if you didn't have a search warrant, and you found it, that could be suppressed in a defense aspect.
Yes, it's no longer any good because you didn't follow the rules. You got to have probable cause to do that. I mean, I guess they may have probable cause since his phone or whatever ticked in a certain area, but they took like everybody's phone, which was kind of odd, and didn't give him a copy of a search warrant. And that was a different county, in Pima County. They came down there, which is very odd.
Yeah, they came down there with the SWAT. They're down there, Santa Cruz.
Yeah, in a different county. I mean, you can't do that. I mean, that's just basically against the Constitution of human rights. You can't just go around picking doors in and saying, the lady asked, do you have a search warrant? The dude said, we don't need one. Well, yeah, you do. So it's been a weird case from the beginning, and how they Butterfingers into the glove to
Private lab.
someplace in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
When the FBI has some of the best techs in the world to go over that. I mean, why wouldn't you use that? The FBI, your source of help right there. It's very, very weird. So,
Kidnappings done by strangers, very rare.
very rare. I mean, it does happen, but you don't spend 40-something minutes inside of a house, and kidnapping somebody. It's just not. It's wham bam. Let's get out of here. Because you don't know if she has silent alarm in the house.
Yeah.
So.
She pushed the 911 or something right away.
Oh yeah,
or something.
You can have one of those I followed and I can't get up things.
Yeah.
So,
Life alerts.
Yeah. So it's very, very weird that persons, they say there might be two people because you kind of see a cell phone behind
The perp in that Nest camera.
Yeah, I mean, he was, or she, I think it's a male.
You think? I think it's a male.
Yeah, you can see the little goatee and the mustache.
So, David, so bottom line, like your former LE, what do you think happened to Nancy? Who, you can speculate. Who what do you think? Somebody that's close to the family, a hired hit of the family, somebody within the family, or it's a hired hit, or what do you think? What are you leaning at?
You put me on the spot.
Yeah.
I thought the same from day one. You got to look at motive. This guy's like some kind of a teacher. The daughter is some kind of witch hazel or whatever. That writes poems, and that they get a $650,000 house over there. I mean, who's going to pay for that? So, you look at the insurance money as a motive. You're looking at, all kinds of things as a motive from the, will of the grandmother or, a mother from daughter.
Yeah.
That makes sense. She also wrote a poem that, how they kidnapped her mom.
She wrote it in her book.
Yeah, she wrote it in a book, how she kidnapped her mom.
How they kidnapped her sister.
And,
they played kidnapping games. He's talking about when they were playing kidnapping games when they were little. Yeah.
It's wild. But no, I appreciate you guys, input. Melanie, thank you for the heart knowledge and perspective. So it's pretty much they could determine if she's dead based off the pacemaker.
That's what I think. I mean, I know that's the truth. Yes, sir. 100% fact. And I think they knew fairly soon what her status was. And I think that's why they called in homicide and called off the search. That's just, allegedly, that's my opinion, but it is a fact that there is no doubt in my mind they knew what her heart was doing when it was disconnected from her phone.
What about if you're buried in the ground or in a well or a septic tank? Can it still detect that with a sniffer?
Should be able to. It just depends on how deep.
Yeah. That's another thing. I mean, over here, yeah, at one point, a week later, they're sitting there poking through down there in the manholes. I mean,
right.
They had the sniffer out. I mean, maybe the farther you go down, no matter what, you won't be able to detect it.
Right.
Thank you so much for your insight, and thank you for watching your channel, both of you. I appreciate it.
We love you. My theory, first of all, was that the people that were breaking into our house were a burglary. And then they saw pictures of Savannah in the house. And then when they took her, something accidentally happened to her demise.
So you think they went in there as a burglary and noticed Savannah Guthrie, and then maybe possibly were like, oh my God.
Nancy.
Yes.
Nancy.
No, they went into Nancy's home and saw Savannah's pictures.
Oh, wow.
And they thought maybe like, okay, you know what? Let's just take her for ransom. And she maybe could have even said, we can give you money. Okay, that's just a theory. But I think that something accidentally happened to her. Otherwise, they would have asked her they would ask for ransom right away. Obviously, kidnappers do that within an hour or two.
A lot of people are disagreeing with you. I'll be honest. A lot of people are saying, no, they don't like that theory. But we always open to theories.
No, that's okay. That's okay. But the other thing is the Pacemaker. I worked for the company for like 15 years.
What is it?
The company that I worked for?
Yeah, what like that made like that type of pacemaker?
Yes.
Do you mind sharing?
I guess not. Guidant. Guidant.
Guidant.
And there's also a company called Medtronic that we were too competitive. But that's not the only company that makes pacemakers, but Medtronic and Guidance. And they know when she passes away.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the lady that you spoke to this morning, I believe her name was Monica.
Correct.
So what she was saying was absolutely correct, and I've had people argue with me about that. They do know, the family does know, through her cardiologist, when her pacemaker, when her heart stops.
Interesting. So then at that point, it's just kind of like, oh, her heart stops. Now, do they know 100% of fact, or they would just be like, well, you follow what I mean? I mean, so you're saying they basically know that she's most likely dead because it stopped. But is there any margin of error?
I have not heard of any margin of error. And if you think about like the Gene Hackman case, they're able to tell exactly when his heart stopped. I understand it wasn't a kidnapping, but I'm just saying there's a timestamp. And I'm not comparing that to the Wi-Fi. So her pacemaker will still work as far as the Wi-Fi goes. They can find her that way if she's near the house, but they have to search just like any type of Wi-Fi. It has to connect in a close proximity.
How close?
Just almost like your phone and near your Wi-Fi.
Like 200 feet?
Yes, roughly, yes.
I just use that number because I've always like, once you step 200 feet away, you're gone.
Yeah, my husband's in the background agreeing with you, yes.
Because there's a chopper, the chopper that was out here days later, the sniffer, it's pretty low.
I know, but they were only there for like 2 hours.
Just around the house.
Yeah, they weren't there long enough, and they weren't there close enough. They needed to use the drone and be closer. They weren't there long enough. They gave up way too soon.
So can multiple drones go up at once with that synced passcode to and drone it all over with drones all over the place?
Well, that's kind of like a new device they're using. I believe so, yes, because I did watch that guy who created that device. I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like yes.
Yeah, because they only did it here. I didn't hear of any other locations besides around the home.
Yeah, and they only did it for one day and only for a couple hours. So I'm confused as to why they stopped searching.
There were some theories that, whoever was at that landfill, that private chopper guy the other day,
Sorry, I was muted.
maybe try
It
to
does still
do a
work,
life hack and try to
but it
get
will-
some access and try to find a pacemaker.
It will tell
ping.
them in its data.
Yeah, but wasn't he? It was a little bit too high for that.
And it was hooked to a device.
How high was he?
I don't know. It just looks. I don't know because I'm not there in person. But
Well, he did total denies. It could have been some other total separate. I mean, he was in denial, but many people were like, well, what are you doing?
yeah, but I just I still think that it wasn't meant to be. They didn't go there to take her. I feel like it was a decision that was like a last minute thing.
Burglary. So you like the burglary theory, and then just realized it was Savannah's mom. She's
Yes.
Savannah's mom.
Yes.
But then what do? Just
And
take
then they
her.
have to work her to the point where they can ask for ransom and she could not show proof of life. That's. I mean, I've gone over this in my head so many times, JLR, and I'm like, I
It's too complicated.
have researched and studied all this kind of stuff for years, and there's nothing that makes sense. And I don't even think that this theory is like 100%, but I'm just saying this is like the closest one that I can come up to, and I just thought I would throw it out to you.
No. I mean, again, like in this chat, and you watch and you see it on your TikTok, and you're probably getting it, with your viewers. People have almost every theory and scenario that has been brought to the table, and you know how some of them are crazy and ridiculous, right? But one of them is going to end up being true.
Yeah, like one of them that I don't like is that I understand that the sheriff is not doing the best job, but just when people say he's involved, that's dumb.
Okay, so you think it's dumb when they say that sheriff is in on it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah. What about Annie and Tommaso? The fact that them last people to be with Nancy, sheriff clears them. I mean, if they're cleared, do you believe the sheriff in that? I mean, are you still like takes your mind back to them a little bit?
Well, I've never felt good about the Tommaso thing. I feel like they would have, let's say it's a boyfriend-girlfriend situation, and the boyfriend dropped off his girlfriend, and he was the last person seen with her. That would be crazy all over.
Yes.
He would be interrogated forever, and that would be like the main suspect. And it's weird to me that we haven't seen Tommaso, except for when he's driving and hiding. And
We don't know
what she was wearing to her daughter's house that night. So I don't trust that situation either.
The bandmate, one of them that everyone has been talking about, we'll just refer to DE. New York Times just came out with a report today, and they got him. They spoke to him and his wife exclusively, and he's just basically saying people are driving past his house, knocking on his neighbors' doors, putting cameras around his house, blaming him and questioning him and everything like that, and he's claiming he's innocent.
Yeah, that's what the people in my live stream were telling me that. I didn't see it personally, but I was on my live stream and people were telling me that. Did you get an attorney?
I didn't read the full article, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure investigators would talk to him.
Then the other guy with the Range Rover, I don't want to say his name either, but he got an attorney too.
Yes, and so did the other one from Rio Rico.
This lady on the phone.
I know about him, yeah.
All right, Yvette, thank you for streaming out and keeping public awareness to Nancy. Hopefully Nancy's found safe. Any final parting words? Anything you want to say on the record? Share?
That's what all the chats are saying. This lady
I've
that
got
we're talking
a
to
great
is
group of people following
and she used to work at a pacemaker manufacturer,
support you and
allegedly.
appreciate you, and I love when you say, where's Nancy? I like to imitate you. Where's Nancy?
Where's Nancy? Yeah, exactly. Where's Nancy? Yeah. keep putting Nancy out there,
She's kind of
and
said some stuff that
hopefully we'll get some answers.
No,
Maybe
not
today with the FBI at the
that,
scene here,
so-
we'll get a crack of the case, and maybe we'll get some more information coming out,
Everybody's an
and maybe
expert,
some other raid coming
Bebop.
soon. Stay tuned.
I've got candles lit for her. I pray for her all
Oh.
the time. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, I heard that we're not supposed to say FBI, and I get like a warning on my TikTok. But
Really?
It's not your fault. Yeah.
Why? Why is that? They censor certain words?
Wow.
Yeah, I
You
guess
don't
so.
care, lady,
That's
and
probably why it's better
finally-
to be on YouTube. But
YouTube's great.
figure it out.
I
Yeah,
like
know.
YouTube better than TikTok, to be honest. I don't do the TikTok.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. And by the way, I always repost your tweets, and then I always tag you, and I'm like,
Nice.
I don't know if he even knows it. I don't think you even see it, but just so you know, I always tag you and give you credit for all the pictures because you take an amazing amount of pictures,
Yeah.
and I always tag you in them and give you the.
So a lot of times when things are breaking here, I use my other camera and take pictures and post that around the same time as things are going live. So I have an additional phone.
Yeah,
But it's weird out here because
Thanks,
even though
we
my
just wanted
camera's pretty good, it comes up a little weird. I don't know if it's because of the reception out here or something like that, or maybe I got to get a better camera. But I'll work on that. But thanks for your time.
I post your post immediately within seconds. So
We got some truck coming in front of us, so I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Yvette, and God bless you, and justice for Nancy.
thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for the conversation. Trucks. Arizona. DOT, Waste Connections. There's another one. And he's turning. Whoa. What you got?
I thought somebody was going to get punched. That's it, really. The only facts that we have are that she went missing. Well, that's even come into question, actually. You say she went missing early Sunday morning, like 2:30. But then you have those weird reports that came out that were from Saturday.
All right.
I haven't talked about that.
I had to check on a story right here real quick.
Here's
So I'm going to say that that's our only fact, is that Nancy Guthrie is missing.
Yeah, I'm not going to share.
Don't put that up there. Oops.
Because everything else just keeps getting
Yeah.
recycled, rewashed,
Nope.
a salad.
Going up right there.
And that's why people have, I think,
All right.
like, there's
Welcome
not
aboard,
one side or
folks.
the other. There's like literally
Or
1,000
look through the other
theories
emails.
based
Find
on what
somebody
you
else that
watch on
wants to talk.
TV, based on where you live, based on who you are, based on what had happened with your cousin's brother's sister. I mean,
Got
it's,
some love to talk.
but I did read. This is from Midwest Pundit
India.
news channel out of New York, and they have stated that there will be let me find it again. I didn't see if they said they didn't say a press conference, but this was 34 minutes ago. They said major update coming this evening.
All right. So I
Going
don't know if we
radio
got
silent for the
truck
next
here
2
trying to
hours.
get out. Can't
Definitely
get out.
to law enforcement.
Oh, we got somebody with a PhD in criminal psychology, law enforcement, and military. I just shot you back a message. You shoot me your number. Love to hear from you.
Kind of put it back.
That's interesting.
Someone also sent me some info. I'm going to go grab a Gatorade. I'll be right back. Also got Tucson Police was in a chopper on an Indian station earlier today. You know anything about that?
I thought that was a rescue.
Choppers? I'm going to go get a Gatorade. Be right back. Be back in a few minutes, folks.
Well, I did see an FBI statement too stating, please only use the tip lines for actual, like factual, reports, tips. And, you have people calling in, with this weird stuff that, I was just driving in the car today and I thought this. And we had somebody in here the other night that was upset because, excuse me, they had called in a dream that they had and the FBI hadn't called them back. And that's the thing. You're not going to get a call back, especially not if it's not something tangible. So if you were on that road that night and you saw someone pulling out of the driveway at 2:30, that's a tip. But if you dreamed that she's in a cave in Mexico, that's not a tip. That's a dream. And if afterwards that's actually what happened, then, cool. But they're getting clogged with stuff like that. And that's got to make it 10 times harder for people that believe that they know something that they don't, and they start speaking about it, things like that. And I can't imagine having to funnel through all those just to find one or two things that actually is factual and can be useful and proven, Or maybe we'll get some news tonight after that.
For that deep down body thirst. Gatorade. All right, what do we got? Let me see. What do we got? We are live outside the scene of Nancy Guthries Home. That white Caravan is still inside.
That's the longest we've seen someone in there.
Still inside. It's been a while. We're approaching the 2:00 hour. A lot of activity out in the home here today. More activity here inside the home than we've seen since we've been here. We don't know what's going on. Is the feds taking a more proactive approach on the surface? It very well might be that.
Someone looking out the window.
Yeah, that's one of the investigators. I believe. All right, going back through my emails, folks. See what we got. Okay, so by the way, somebody said today Tucson PD took one of their police helicopters near the Indian reservation and circled a few times. I found this interesting since it's near a remote location. PCSD posted that they closed a road near there.
I saw the scanner footage on that.
Yeah.
Or the flight tracker.
So appears to be earlier today, but Tucson PD is not the jurisdiction over this case.
No, but if it was in their jurisdiction, they would, they could assist each other, right? They help each other on.
They would help each other, but I would think in this case they would have. I don't know. What do you think? You think they would get Tucson's PD's helicopter to help in any way?
If it was connected, I think we would have found out. Just put it that way.
Jennifer Horowitz 5270. Send an email. I would love to talk about a theory, Jennifer. All right, I'm going to go check the email out, Jennifer. It's not just professionals. If you're not a professional, or you might be a professional, sometimes we like to talk here. So let me see. Let me look for you, Jennifer. Jennifer. Might not be the same Jennifer. I don't know. Re-boomerang it back right now, Jennifer. For the meantime. Gun expert. Somebody just sent me an email. It's like, Annie got arrested for murdering her mom. See, I get some like crazy emails too.
They never end.
And yes, I saw that.
Annie's been arrested.
And I looked, and no arrests. Nobody's been arrested that we know of. Nothing. FBI.
Hey, Bob.
Swarming.
Bob, I'm calling you, Bob.
We're there for about 2
We're
hours.
going to get a veteran. A 62-year-old veteran would like to talk about this case. Hey, Bob, if you're watching, Bob, come on in. I'm going to call you right now, Bob. We love our veterans. So let's see what a veteran has to say about this case. So
And
stand
after
by,
that, I
Bob.
did
Can
find
get a
that
number
interview,
from
that other
202
interview from yesterday.
in about less than a minute.
With Pietro's name.
Here it comes.
Name.
All right, Google Voice.
Mainstream media, and they all.
Hi, Bob. JLR Investigates. Okay, how are you, sir?
Hey, JR, man. What you doing, brother?
How are you doing, Bob? And you're a veteran, and we support veterans. Thank you so much for your service. Your service gives us something that we have today.
Thank you.
You're
sir.
sacrificing your life. Where did you serve?
I was in the Army, and I was in Korea for a few years, and then I served at the Pentagon.
Oh, we served at the Pentagon. Ooh.
Yeah, I handled top secret and higher classified documents for generals, dignitaries, White House, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow. Well, thank you. So what's going on? What's your theories about the case? Would you like to talk about the Nancy Guthrie case?
I'm going to take you back to the very beginning.
Okay.
And the door cam.
Door cam.
It's really inexplicable that she didn't have a subscription. But put that aside, you would think that Annie and Tommaso would have been on the notification list for alerts. And undoubtedly, when that guy appeared at the door, it would have triggered off an alert.
So with those Nest cameras, it's a Google Nest, right? Google Nest.
Right.
Do they allow third parties to have access to, like for notifications, or just?
Absolutely. I mean, you could have you and your wife and your kid be on the notification list. It don't matter who's on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Even without a subscription, it's going to send out an alert.
That's a good point, because you have somebody elderly, you want to have some caretakers or some immediate family members to also look out for you.
Okay, then they get that alert. Maybe they didn't hear it. Maybe they missed the middle of the night. But then they would have seen it in the morning when they got up. First thing in the morning, you would have seen it in the alert.
And then they wouldn't have to go on the church people calling them to let them know that she didn't arrive.
Exactly. And also, given that we're thinking that there was 2 different dates that this perp was around,
Mm-hmm.
that would have triggered off 2 different alerts, on different times. So the first time on the 11th or whatever it was,
Could be the 11th. We don't know for sure, but just say the 11th.
that would have kicked off an alert, and they would have ignored that one also, and not checked into it, being only 4 miles away from their 84-year-old mother.
So with that being said, what do you think? Where's your fingers pointing here? What do you think?
Well, if they ignored them alerts, to me, they knew the person was coming there, and they just ignored it.
Or didn't have access to the alerts, just didn't set it up that way.
It's possible that they weren't on the list. That's possible. But if I can't imagine having an 84-year-old mother 4 miles away and not being on the notification alert list to have an alert triggered in case something went wrong.
No, these are great, valid points. I know you raised some interesting points. I can't imagine how someone 84 years old that has, we'll just use an example, a pool cleaner coming out once a week to clean pools can't pay for a subscription service that has a home of $1 million. That can't even pay subscription service to Nest.
Exactly. It's unexcusable that she didn't have a subscription. Then I want to take you, I've been doing some digging into Google.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, without a subscription, they still store up to 3 hours of actual recording time, not just 3 hours of real time, but actual recording time.
Mm-hmm.
And for a short period, if you don't have a subscription, you can go back and retrieve them images. But if you don't retrieve them, they do what they call a lazy delete, which it marks the data for deletion, but it doesn't actually delete it. It's hard for Google to find out exactly the process with what happens with a lazy deletion.
Uh-huh.
But seeing that we got images from 2 different dates that were several days or a week apart or 2 weeks, whatever it was, I think there's a lot more data that was residing on Google services than what we're being led to.
Do you think the feds have the ability to go more of a deeper forensic deep dive on that? And you think they're doing it? Oh, well, hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. They're leaving. They're leaving. Hold on.
I'll be right here.
It's a woman. That was a woman. And she had like a ribbon on the side. I don't know who that was. Are you still there?
Yes.
Wow. They left.
Oh, interesting.
They left. The person in the garage left.
Interesting.
So, yeah. So,
They say
They
that
have in
the
Arizona,
lazy delete, they
like in Arizona,
can reside on their services for a week, a month, or a year. So, I mean, I think there's a lot more data on Google servers. Given how cheap it is to store data nowadays, it's not like the old days when it cost a fortune and it took a warehouse of hard disk drives to store data. I mean, you got a terabyte on your phone now. So
Well, these are very, very good points, and I appreciate you sharing.
I got one more.
One more. Go for it.
I hate to think this, but going back to the night when you were there with the coyotes.
The coyotes, yes. A lot of people.
I did a lot of experience with German Shepherds, and I got a big, beautiful one now.
Nice. What's your dog's name? What's your dog's name?
Kobe.
Kobe.
After Kobe Bryant, 115-pound German Shepherd.
After Kobe Bryant.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're a Kobe Bryant fan.
Yeah.
He comes from my way, Lower Marion.
Oh man, he was something special.
Yeah, he was the Black Mamba. He was good. He was Kobe Bryant was good.
Yeah, I loved him. But going back to that sure sounded to me in such a confined space of like a calling to the pack. I hate to say it, but of a piece.
Yeah. Listen, Bob, a lot of people have said that. Like that night, you heard howling. Now, some people also said they were mating, but it was just so creepy and bizarre.
You can hear little ones in the background too.
Yeah.
The pups. You can hear the pups.
Like
too.
what you're saying, they were all feasting on something.
I would think that's what, I'm not saying it was Annie, but that sure sounded like a.
I'm not saying it was Nancy, but yeah.
Nancy, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
no, that's fine.
That sure sounds like that to me. Man, we need a coyote expert to actually listen
We
to
should.
that.
We should. That has been clipped. I've shared that on my X account at JLR Investigate. So maybe we'll get a coyote expert and to review that and what's that about. So if you stare at Annie and Tommaso's homes, that occurred on the back left side of their home. It appears because their home on the left side, there's actually a road that goes around. It appears it was across the street there in that wash in that basin area is where those.
I think that would be a prime area to search, brother.
Well,
that was just so weird and it was the only night that it happened.
Yes. I can say that same Walsh area, there was another gentleman. His name is Alex. He goes by Criminal Network. He's a YouTube channel. He calls himself Criminal Network because it's the band he's involved in. He's been out here. He said that the feds or authorities asked him about that specific area there at the top of the road because he found some soft sand or whatnot, and they inquired about that area. So, I mean, whew.
There might not be a lot left.
Bones,
if heaven forbid, bones probably.
clothing, if there is a human there.
Yeah, but I think, just from raising German Shepherds, that was such an intense amount of them in a confined area, and you could hear little pups.
So that was, I think that was the weekend after it happened. So it was about 7 days. It was
I think it was the 7th when you did that.
Yeah.
I think it was
7th.
Yeah, I think that's the date that night. Yeah.
Yeah, I about that weekend. It was either the Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Whoa.
And then the other thing that would be helpful, I'm no expert at all in this field, but if you can get a cardiologist to come on and actually talk about the pacemaker and how it functions.
We've had a tech that came on earlier today. Did you listen to her?
Yeah, she was a surgical tech. I mean, to actually hear from a doctor.
Cardiologist. All right, cardiologist. There's the call of action. You want to call JLR Investigates, you do cardiology or EKG or something.
With all of the resources that CNN poured into that when they were there originally, nobody likes CNN, but that Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Sanjay Gupta,
he is on about everything, and anytime the president gets a rash, he's talking about it. But I have yet to hear him say a word about the pacemaker and how that functions. And that's his area of expertise. So I'm shocked at that.
Great insight. Thanks for the conversation.
You're welcome.
Bob,
brother. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I love watching you, and you do a phenomenal job.
Hey, I appreciate it. We try every day to be better every day and share what's going on in real time.
Okay, you be well, JR.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, that was good. I like that conversation. It was a pretty good conversation. All right, folks, you want to hear from the people. Why didn't Annie and Tommaso, if they did or didn't, did they get notifications from the nest where they hooked into the system at all. It provokes thought.
Okay, I'm gonna switch.
All right, we have a gun expert. I'm going to get a gun expert by the name of Nancy. Oh, another Nancy. Nancy, I'm bring you in, Nancy. So you're going to get a 202 number, Nancy. Nancy, same name as Nancy Guthrie. Nancy.
Here, we'll see.
I'm going to bring you in. Gun expert. Love to hear about a gun expert. Maybe we can get some information about the gun.
We got a new.
What we got?
Yeah, more restrictions from Nanos. Looks like.
Hold on a second before I call you Nana. Nancy, I'm going to.
Yep, we knew it.
Oh, Justin from Pima County. No more parking on the streets.
Yep.
Uh-oh. There will be no more parking on several streets in the Catalina Foothills, the state's neighborhood surrounding the Nancy Guthrie residence. As a further measure to protect public safety and relieve area residents from chaotic conditions caused by a large media presence and social media streamer presence in the area, the temporary change goes into effect February 26th. Dozens of media and streamers have been camped out North Camino Escalante for several weeks after an extensive search for the 84-year-old mother. NBC Today show host Savannah Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie was last seen January 31st. Streamers and media members have set up tents, generators, and sometimes satellite trucks along congestion and safety concerns, and at times blockage of a quiet neighborhood road. An attempt starting February 1st to restrict North Camino Escalante to a one-way road to allow traffic flow, but also accommodate the media and social media streamers, not worked as hoped. Pima County Administrator Jan Lesher said. Neighbors have continued to complain bitterly as they contend with clogged roads, trespassing, noise, and accumulating trash along the road.
I think we know.
Additionally, because of one-way restrictions, streamers and other members of the public have been parking on connecting roads and cul-de-sacs, spreading the congestion and safety concerns to other parts of the neighborhood. The roads in the neighborhood are narrow, unstripped streets that were not designed to accommodate street parking. To protect public safety and restore the neighborhood to more normal conditions that allow access to community for emergency vehicles and fire trucks, as well as service vehicles such as school buses, trash trucks, and the postal service, the county has created a temporary no parking zone to be enforced by the Pima County Sheriff's Office. The zone encompasses the county-maintained roads between North Campbell on east and North Camino Moreno west. It's all these locations. Signs will be placed at each intersection, no parking zone, to alert motorists that parking is not allowed on any road segment with no parking zone. Violators will be ticketed and face a $250 fine. The county code allows the county engineer to make traffic control changes for the purpose of public safety in reference to Penal Code Ordinance 1040.050. It enables the sheriff's office to ticket vehicles for violating the temporary restriction. Lesher emphasized that this restriction is not intended to be punitive towards media, rather it's a public safety measure due to the dangerous conditions on Camino Escalante and surrounding roads. Media will still be able to access the neighborhood and report from the public right of way, but media or streamers will have to access the neighborhood from a legal parking location outside of the zone, get dropped off, or use ride sharing or taxi services. Lesher also suggested neighbors in the no parking zone alert any of their service companies about the parking restriction that those vehicles will need to park in driveways. For instance, pool exterminator and landscaping service will need to avoid parking along the street. What date is that?
Just came out.
But what date did they say effective? What date? 26th?
Yeah, I believe so.
On midnight tonight.
What's today's date?
Okay.
Today is the 25th.
25th. You guys hear that? They're kicking everyone out. Starting tomorrow, no vehicles can park here at all. It came from
Barry Coleman.
Yeah, Pima County.
I wonder if they're going to let them leave the tent.
Go by tomorrow to get
and leave the barriers up.
Where the media center.
They said you could still come here. You have to get dropped off or parked somewhere else. Wow.
Well, the tents too. They're gonna have to set up every single morning and tear everything down every single night.
She's the Sith Lord of them.
You have that? Show him.
Well, this came from the county administrator, Jan Lesher, and she's all in with the Romero insiders. So it's basically they all get together and they create these things, ordinances.
But it came from her office.
Jan Lesher. So Jan Lesher is one of these career politicians who's been here in Tucson. And I'm not surprised.
Starting what? February
26th.
Is it an ordinance?
They're gonna probably
temporary.
Yeah, you name some.
Issue. What would I say? Pima County Administrator.
Pull it up. Well, we might have to be sitting over at the sheriff's office, the media section at the sheriff's office instead.
Well, that was one of the big questions after the whole FBI show out this morning was, is the sheriff's department now going to dig in deeper and make it harder? Whether or not, he talked about possibly, would they close the road? Would they? And I've thought about that. Like, what if we saw the buses trying to get down through there and people are pulling out and backing in, and what if there was a fire or someone needed an ambulance and they had to go around the block because it's only one way?
To make traffic controls for purposes of public safety.
Public safety, folks.
But they don't have cameras.
We might have to move locations tomorrow.
But they don't. But the criminals can do whatever they want. They're not going to put ordinances to protect the citizens.
Does that apply to tents? No more parking out here, folks.
I'm still wondering about the tents, though. Are they going to let them leave the tent?
So,
well, if you that Jan Lesher, though, I mean, if people investigate her, that's what needs to happen at this point, because this is just another political move.
I just had a thought.
The
I
reason
wonder if that was the big
we were just
info coming
talking
out
about
this evening.
like sheriff is actually cool with people covering this case, and
it's all a coordinated effort between Jan Lesher, who's a big Biden fan. So she actually, there was a building that we housed all the asylum seekers here, right?
Yeah.
And it was an insider deal where her friend actually owned the building, and then the city bought it from her. And then it was a call
all right,
center.
any neighbors around here that is willing to let me park in their driveway, please shoot me an email.
Where's
tips.jlrinvestigates.com. Any nearby neighbors that is, supporting the coverage of this, that is willing to have it. We can't keep ride sharing because something breaks. It's going to be hard to, you know what I mean?
No, we'll just have to drop off and park it out, and then.
But how far out? Look what's closed.
Probably not in here.
I think it expands. Look on the list. There was numerous roads.
We're gonna have to probably park in the CVS.
It sounded like they said there was like a
Drop
designated
people off,
parking
and
area.
somebody's gonna have
Yeah,
to
there's
Uber
a
in here.
shopping plaza up there.
And then someone's gonna have to Uber in here.
But are they going to take the tents down?
I'm sure you can leave the tents up during the day as long as someone's here.
But at night, every night, are you going to have to
Now, Sue Ellen would not let anyone park in her driveway.
Oh,
And people say Sue Ellen, Sue Ellen, Sue Ellen.
that's what I was thinking.
Sue Ellen ain't trying to have. Sue Ellen probably doesn't want the vehicles here. She's probably part of, you know, and I can understand. I'm not gonna say that for sure, but all right. So we'll try to implement some new way. I mean, how far is the CVS from here? Up there in that shopping plaza, or there's a mall up there. Park somewhere else, public place.
Yeah, we'll park there, and we're gonna have to Uber in a $5 Uber to get here. But
What's next? The no standing zone.
Yeah. Stop saying it. Every time
Somebody
you
said
say
time to become friends with the neighbors.
it becomes an ordinance.
They're like, yeah, these people. It's gonna be hot out there.
here's the no parking zone.
We got the no parking zone. Yo, it's the entire neighborhood, man.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Holy smokes, look at this. This is the no parking zone, folks. It's the entire neighborhood. You guys see that? All right, let me do this. What is the sheriff just want us at the sheriff's office? Talking about the case?
No, because he said that in one of his interviews.
I
He
bet
didn't
some of these
people
wealthy
standing
people
up for the sheriff's office wasn't
probably know someone in
helpful either.
the inside.
They're saying in the interest of public safety. Look at the entire neighborhood. Park off Campbell. It's not that far of a walk. Hey, I walk. I have to evaluate that more. We improvise, folks. But yeah, what's next? A no stand zone?
Yeah, he can do that. In the interest of public safety.
No vehicles can park on the streets in the neighborhood.
I wonder though,
That's
you know,
breaking news here.
First Amendment and all that, if we actually could do that.
Well, I know with us, we take our trash every night. I collect.
When this place is cleared out, you can bet there's going to be 20 media picking up everything as.
Yeah, we always take our trash when I'm done. I make sure that I bag everything up and take it trash. I never leave trash behind because I respect this land. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But not
They
everybody.
don't even want you to park on camp.
Probably
It feels like something out of a different country.
I wonder though if that
We
with
spent all the time
big
put
news
all these
was
cones
come
out 2 days ago. There's been no, it's actually been smooth, going so smooth. So to me, for them to do all that and then now reverse course and say, oh no, you can't be here. You just spent how much money to put all these cones out?
Wow, just wow. It's 26th tomorrow. Tonight, last night, they're like, no more cars, no more cars.
One of the wealthy neighbors must have called.
They want less eyes on to see what's going on here.
Oh, they would love the local media or the local electors. They would love for this to go away.
It's intense.
There's an Airbnb next door to renting.
They are?
Remember, he moved out.
Where?
The gym guy moved out.
Is there an Airbnb out available?
Someone just said to check. I don't have that out. But that does make sense. That guy. moved
someone
out.
checked into it and it was like $5,000 for 4 nights. The Airbnb, it's right there.
I wonder if they're going to say also tents ban. Because if there's tents ban, you have a big problem. It's going to be a hot nightmare. Everyone's equipment's going to melt.
They don't care. That's the thing. They want to make.
We'll go to the sheriff's office. We'll report from the sheriff's office.
That's exactly it.
But they don't. Maybe they're kicking people out of here because they're about to do something here at the house and they want to film.
Yeah.
Or they generally just, the neighbors have had enough and they're just like, get these people out, but they can still be here if you walk here.
They're trying to make it harder and harder. That's what it is. Whatever
You have
they
the
can
Airbnb
do.
at.
I only have the other one. You can look at it on the browser. Mine's going so slow.
There's really no Airbnbs around here. They got one room Airbnb. Yeah, that's pretty wild. The shopping plaza up the road is 1 mile away. I know we're gonna have to figure this out. It's gonna take a lot of brainstorming here. People said it's HOA. They could come back with a no loitering clause. We just got to see if they do tents. If they got a tent here, I can Uber. It's no problem. I can Uber here. Start Ubering.
You want to try to start profiting?
It won't cost more than $20 to Uber here. We can Uber here, but then we're stuck here. I feel vulnerable if I don't have like certain. Well, I mean, I could just take a. To figure this out. Electric bike. No, it's out there now. It's out of the bag now. They just shared the and everything. So rent a dirt bike. Yeah, I think the Uber would probably. They got Uber, obviously. We just saw one today. They got Uber. So, but I might really discourage everyone from being out here. Is their goal here? Unbelievable. That is wild. They're like, nope, this is your last day, media.
Well, the media, local media, they've been here out. They do their hits, and they want to get back to their normal 8 to 5. You know, positive. They like doing those positive stories where they go out to the schools, and this is throwing a wrench in everybody's normal reporting.
Some people said they'll just take the ticket. Ticket and tow? They would tow. to ask neighbors. They're going to ask neighbors. Gotta ask the neighbor. Any neighbor around here that lives in these foothills that would love for me to park in your driveway so we can do continuous cover with? I can walk a few blocks. Shoot me an email. tips.jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. Those guys are going up talking to the neighbors up the road.
There's one right there for 242. Pretty close.
That's a room.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's a room. I never do Airbnb rooms
No.
with somebody else there.
No,
That's
heck
creepy.
no.
Yeah.
So is this where the case starts to go cold?
I'm scouring around looking. You're like, Sue Ellen. You're like, Sue Ellen. What about the house?
Big hard.
What? That paper.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's worth a call. It's worth a call.
I'll be right back, folks.
There's quite a few like empty houses around there. I wonder if we could find out. We gotta contact the property owner, maybe park in one of those garages. Here, while this is going on, I have got that interview from last night that I was talking about, so I'm going to share this. We'll flip over. This is from afternoon, evening.
You don't watch
Well,
YouTube?
Check him out on YouTube. Okay.
All right.
What's your dog's name? This is Mari. Mari. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I use this tent tomorrow morning. I'm doing a hit on Quick TV.
Yeah.
All right.
Want to come in here?
Why not?
Why not? Here, we'll
I
stand.
love it. You took over.
Here we go.
This is
Every
great.
time
This is
I
where
spin
Aaron
the camera.
Katursky was.
This is where Aaron
You have
Katursky.
tent one.
Where ABC was nice, man. They said, hey, you guys want the tent? You can have everything.
Did they?
Yeah, they said you can have everything. They said tent, chairs.
Wow.
They didn't. I guess they
Can
don't.
I use this table tomorrow?
You can be here tomorrow.
Just in the morning.
This is for everybody.
It is.
We're
Wow.
not. We're. This is called Streamers Row.
No.
This is where anyone
Streamers
that
Row.
wants
I
even
like
mainstream media.
Like
Listen.
Radio Row.
Listen. The Arizona Central reporter who wrote a hit piece on us
Oh, he did.
asked us if he could borrow this table, and I said sure.
Wow. All right.
Anyone.
Big
can,
day of news.
Yeah.
Big day of news.
Big day news. What's going on? John DePietro.
Well, first of all, I think it's interesting locally they're reporting that the FBI is pulling out of the command post they were at, which was that they were at the Air Force Base. That's where when
They're
we
pulling out. I didn't know that report.
yeah, it just came out. I can show it to you.
Okay, so they're pulling out to go where?
To go to Phoenix to be more centralized. Now, but what that dovetails on is the fact that now when I did the Brown University shooter incident, right? You had the Providence Police leading the investigation.
Mhm.
You had the Rhode Island State Police, but then you also had FBI, ATF, and they all were at the Providence Police Command Center. With this investigation, the sheriff, he won't do a joint command center with the FBI.
So the FBI is separate.
They're separate.
And now they're going
So
to Phoenix
pulling
even
out
farther.
to their Phoenix office.
What does
Now,
that
they're still
mean to you?
Well, I mean, that's pretty
It means
loud.
like
First of all, they don't have to
a sep-
announce. Why did they announce they're doing that?
Why did they?
Because they're making, why are they the same thing they're making everything else?
So you would think if these agencies would have one collab,
This guy
command
won't play
center,
ball. The sheriff
the
won't play
sheriff's
ball.
not paying
I
ball.
want to show you where I got that from. Brianna Whitney.
According to the FBI, their command post for the Guthrie case has now moved to the Arizona FBI headquarters in Phoenix, a bigger facility for their operation. The FBI confirms they still have investigative teams in Tucson. This decision was kept high efficiency.
Yep.
Was to keep high efficiency.
Yeah. Now she's also the one
That
if
said
you
that.
remember.
Yeah.
That said
The burglary.
burglary went wrong. She's based out of Phoenix. They're based out of Phoenix. So I read into this, and here's what people should know. But they don't have to announce this, right? They don't have to announce this. They could just be doing.
So is
it.
this sending
You-
a
you wouldn't
message
know
that we're doing?
But
Like-
come on, like this. That once again, it's reinforcing that he would not do a joint command center with them. So that's number one. Number two, as I posted this morning, it's you're starting to see the fact that the Guthrie family told NBC that we wanted to put 1 million up from day one, and the sheriff discouraged it. What does that tell us? That they're I'm not going to say they're throwing the sheriff under the bus, but they're not going to protect him. And so that leads me to believe.
The sheriff
And I
is
know-
on his way out.
I don't know that, but I'm glad you just said that, JLR. Is the question to me is, what would that do if the Guthrie family said, we have requested the FBI take over the investigation? I don't know if that would work. Let me put this down. But that would certainly put a lot of pressure on him. So, this business, though,
Excuse me.
that's quite all right. People need to understand they didn't have to let it be known that they had offered the million the first day in the show.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
didn't have to say that. We wouldn't know that,
Yeah.
right? People have been speculating that.
Yeah.
They didn't have to let that be known. Now, the fact that NBC, I think that's a really
Why are people in
interesting.
the chat saying SWAT, SWAT, SWAT?
I have no idea.
We have a SWAT situation.
Let me check.
We're looking.
I think you and I would know.
Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. That will be easy to be determined.
And this is an
Well, I just
interview
hear
for
the
this
word
Sunday
peanut
afternoon,
SWAT.
evening. There's
Approximately
SWAT
12 of
going
us want to
on.
report a shooting, Coast area, limited traffic. So I think
A
it's
shooting.
A shooting.
A shooting. Okay.
Okay, that was just posted 1 minute ago.
Yeah. So they're trying to set that record straight, maybe.
Yeah. I think both of our phones would be exploding
Yes.
if
My
there was
sources
real
would tell me SWAT is out
activity.
in reference to this case. It could be SWAT out.
But I
it's
want
not
to,
related.
I want you to just read this to everyone. This and look at the headline.
The Guthrie family was prepared to offer cash reward from the beginning of the investigation, but they were advised that doing so might overwhelm the infrastructure set up to field leads. According to the source close to the family decided to offer the reward after careful consultation and coordination with law enforcement. Which law
And
enforcement?
what's the headline? What news
NBC
outlet?
News.
NBC News. So the line I like is a source close to the family. She works for NBC News.
Yeah.
So again, I would think if NBC said to Savannah, and I heard her husband met with them, and it was very emotional, tearful. But would they run that if Savannah didn't want them to run it? No. So why does she want that out there for people to know? Hey, I offered day one to put up 1 million, and that guy said not to. And now, as we sit here at JLR on day 24, it would have overwhelmed with leads. Now they're dying for leads, right? Now they really want leads. Now they don't, and you and I deal in reality, they don't have any suspects. We haven't heard of any activity going on tonight. I think the DNA situation
That's another debacle.
is really interesting.
It's a
but-
debacle, in my opinion.
It could be, or does that narrow the circle? So the DNA only matched people that they believed that they knew of to be in the house. So if you had cleaned the house, and I want to be very cautious and clear with what they said about the DNA, but what they said about the DNA was that it would only belong to people who they knew had a rightful reason to be there, such as if I clean the house, my DNA may be there. If I'm a family member, my DNA had been there. So the mass person, either they were incredibly careful, we're dealing with real pros, or the DNA in the house, the person responsible was one of the people whose DNA is in the house.
Yeah, but match the Nest camera and you know the person. Like if they all have a specific look.
Possible, yes. I don't know.
How many men were in the house? Men.
True.
Men.
What about, and they got DNA from, for instance, the Friday before she disappeared. It was a lengthy story in the New York Times. She played Mahjong with some of her friends. So they were in the house.
Okay, Mahjong.
Mahjong.
What is
board
Mahjong?
game. It's a board game. Nancy was very competitive.
Mahjong.
Mahjong.
What is that?
You deal with
French?
tiles. I don't know.
French. Mahjong.
But Mahjong. People out there will know. So they said, okay, we'll see. What are you doing tomorrow? Tomorrow night, I'm having dinner with my daughters. We'll see you Sunday, 11 o'clock for Mass. So the women that were inside on Friday playing Mahjong, their DNA, right? They did DNA samples for the FBI. So when the FBI, when they're going over the DNA samples found in the house, the Mahjong players would be a match, right? But they're not like suspects. But I find that really interesting. So of all of the people that are in the FBI DNA crime lab database, nobody matched the DNA that is in that house. So that to me is a really interesting development, because I believe, again, unless the person in the mask was super careful, did a hair fall out of his head? Did he touch something? He didn't have gloves on. He's got
Spit.
a mask on. Spit, cough,
sneeze. Achoo,
whatever.
bless you.
Is it possible?
He's
This
taking
guy
us
is
to the mountain. He's
unbelievable.
taking
I
us
heard
up
that.
to the mountains.
That is wild.
We're going
He
in
is
his truck right
something
there.
else.
We're going up in his truck tomorrow to the mountains.
I think that is really interesting. And I also, that's interesting about the mountains. But as you and I know,
That mountain trip is postponed
They,
till tomorrow, by
they
the way.
still,
far as we know.
investigative-wise, have not really left this general area. I know you said that there was a forest nearby, or maybe some people saw
Sequoia
something.
National Park.
That's
West.
interesting. That's
There's
the-
also an east.
That's the farthest that I think we've heard of that. We know we saw it. I know they deny it, but it looked like a helicopter going over a landfill. So I think that was
Private
interesting.
person.
But when they did the helicopter with the sniffer, that was local. That wasn't 10 miles that way or 10 miles that way. This whole investigation has essentially stayed within a very close proximity to the house.
Tucson, north of Tucson. North side Rio Rico.
Rio Rico. That was the only one. But even then, he lived down in Rio Rico, but he had been a delivery guy.
Yeah.
So,
Most likely it's phone
but
here.
for the most part, it's all remained right here. So,
Well, to my viewers,
Yeah.
my mind, subject to change, I call it the FMZ.
FMZ.
TMZ,
Yeah.
FMZ.
What's FMZ?
5 mile zone.
I like that. Okay.
FMZ,
Can I
5
write
mile
that down?
zone. And I do think
FMZ.
the key to this mystery is within a 5 mile zone of this area. That will reveal something. I think Nancy could be within 5 miles of the center.
Wow.
But we went west yesterday. We went about 15
where is
miles.
that person?
Where is that person? Who is he? Show him. Oh, yeah. Hard to see, but
A little bit.
who is that person?
I don't like. How can?
Someone knows something.
And is that the same person?
Harvey Levin with TMZ was like saying, the guy could have just broke up with his girlfriend, could have an ex-girlfriend now. Turn him in. Some family member.
I have a
Perps have families.
I have a-
Everybody has a family.
I
You
have a
know
question.
somebody that has no family whatsoever? Do you know anyone that exists that has? They're the only person. No siblings, brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, grandmothers, mother, father, whatever.
No.
Extended family.
I still don't-
Everybody has a family member.
I still don't get how the masked person, the boogeyman, where would he have parked the vehicle, and how did he get her into the vehicle? I still
Some
don't
people
get
say
that.
over the shoulder.
Over the shoulder would have
Some people actually say over the shoulder this way. Blood as a
coming out of the
nosebleed.
nose.
That's just speculation.
Now, what do you make of that they believe that this could have been January 11th?
It very well could be.
Okay, so
January 11th is a mysterious
he comes
day
here.
to this puzzle.
Why was he here on January 11th?
To possibly go in
Scout out.
or disable the back floodlights.
And we also found out
Knock them out.
16th.
Yep.
Isn't
Creep
that
around, scout the area.
got out this morning?
Maybe strike, got scared, something to her, maybe struck. Maybe rang the doorbell and she didn't answer then. He said, we'll have to come back and do it again. But I used the song, first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. Came back.
What do you make of the videos Savannah released today?
I think that the words recovery is
Yes.
very important. Information leading to the recovery of our mom.
Yes. Notice also she went out of her way to mention Annie.
In it.
My sister
Yes.
says
Yes.
we're blowing in
Yes.
the envelope. She didn't have to do that.
She didn't have to do
They're
that.
tight.
There's a
So
united
they're
thing. I
united.
mean, they're side by side in
They're
those other
united.
videos. So
But
Savannah
she didn't say
and
my
her,
family.
Yes.
Savannah and Nancy, Savannah and Annie are tight.
she also said that
Nothing against the
mom
brother.
was kidnapped from her bed.
Yes. That is wild. Now that's what he said. That's what the sheriff said in the very beginning.
Very beginning.
She was plucked out of her bed, and Savannah repeated it. So do they have a trail? Bless you. Literally-
Allergies, Arizona allergies.
Literally leading to the bedroom.
we don't know
Sounds
what's
like
inside that. We don't know what evidence was collected in there. They just say mixed DNA.
Now, but what else does
Blood,
that? What does that also tell us? There's been this thought that by some people, not by me, by some people, that she opened the front door. Doorbell, somebody rang, opened the front door, knocked on the front door.
Did they search Luke's house for?
I
matching
don't know.
shoes?
I'm not.
Shoes.
I haven't heard
Misty
anything
Haynes.
about that guy. That's
Misty
interesting.
Haynes. See, Misty
Yes.
Haynes is a regular here. She
Okay.
hates the sheriff, Misty, right? She is
But-
protest the sheriff,
but
call him out,
if
out him,
but if-
recall,
if
get rid of the sheriff.
But if Savannah is saying that they plucked her out of her bed, then that to me, she's being very clear that her mom didn't open the front door.
Yeah.
You didn't
That's
open
right.
it and then
So
go back
how
to
does
bed.
the perp get in? No sign of break-in.
I want to come back to JLR. How?
Spare key under the door, the front mat, spare key.
I don't know.
One of those little bunny
front door,
rabbits. A lot
you've
of people
seen.
have these like
I've that
Things?
front door is heavy.
yes, but
like
a
a
lot of
forklift.
people have things by their front door like a rock, and under the rock
Is the key.
there's a key.
Yep.
Creep in.
I come back to who would know that an 84-year-old woman lives alone, no alarm, no dog.
How about this?
Sister, her daughter decided not to stay over. I want to one more thing. I
Well, let
can't get past how if I'm coming in, I convince you we're going to go in. It's high risk. How do we know she's not awake on the phone? How do we know that we don't
Well, you
hear
know,
her
you would
coming
think
in?
you would know who she is. But here's
Yes.
here's another thing.
Go
How
ahead.
about someone that has previous access goes to Home Depot and gets a duplicate key?
Possible.
Duplicate key at Home
Possible.
Depot. Now you have a
Possible.
key to go
Yep.
in there,
It's possible. If that is the case,
or in the back, or
I
through
would
the garage.
hope and think investigators have gone through any work person who had access to this house. She is also not a new homeowner. She's lived here for 50 years. So listen, I got to run. You
Paid
keep
hit.
doing your thing.
By someone
be.
that knows
Could be.
and is in on it.
You do your thing.
Conspiracy.
All right, with your
Co-defendant.
permission, I'm going to do the hit.
All right, John. Thank you for the time.
All right.
Thank you. Always great. A pleasure to speak to you. You be safe. New command center. Annie Tomaso's home.
Okay, that was again just so no one's confused, an interview on JLR's live stream yesterday afternoon, evening, after
People say no.
came out with a
Some.
media statement.
Some say yeah. But we're just brainstorming here.
I am going to do one last tour on X and see. According to that New York newspaper, there was supposed to be a major update tonight. Part of me feels like it may actually just be the announcing of the removal of all vehicles on the streets in that neighborhood, and it's the entire neighborhood.
Outside of Nancy Guthries' home, you got the sheriff's offices and out, but really, they're really want people out of here. I mean, that's one of the reasons, right? Get out.
Well, that's pretty disrespectful, in my opinion. They just put up all these cones so it would go smooth, right? Have you had any problems since they've done this?
No, I don't think so.
So basically, this is just another ploy by the elected officials to try and control the narrative. It's the same thing. What are we doing that's disrupting anything? We're waiting for an 84-year-old woman who was killed.
Or to maybe try and show some control of the situation that they don't have.
Particularly when you have the FBI going back to the house today.
Exactly.
They're still acting.
You don't see, them reporting on any of the crime that's actually happening daily in Tucson. They're going to focus on some perfect road. Everybody's following all the laws that they put out.
Here, let me share this. This was posted by Ashley from the 4th grade on X. The question was this one of the women that was seen outside of the home today? I didn't get that good a look at her. There was that tall, slim woman with the skirt, with the suit, and with this, you know what I mean, this professional suit with a skirt on. I don't know.
People are sending me, like, go rent a home, and they're sending me links, and it's like 10 miles away. My hotel is way closer. Somebody said this is just the beginning. By the weekend, nobody but residents will be allowed on that street. No reporters, aka no loitering.
We'll go to the sheriff's. I mean, we're not going to stop.
What's that going to do?
Gentlemen, so the tents are okay, you just don't park there. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. What if you're sitting in your vehicle?
I'll show you the map.
No,
It's
no, I saw
basic-
the map.
Yeah.
But it says don't park there. But what if you're in your vehicle? Is that idling? That's not parking.
They're trying to be
When I
a-holes.
lived in New York, it's side of the street parking.
I think that's pushing it.
That's not.
Sitting on the side of the street as long as you're
That makes
idling,
sense.
I don't think
mean,
that's going to fly.
What if you're idling? It says don't park. I'm going to test it out tomorrow.
Exactly. It's a good point.
This is the no parking zone that he's talking about. It's the entire neighborhood. He said parking on Campbell, but it looks to me like that's all red too. Because Campbell is this street that goes all along the right side of the picture. So everything inside of that is a no parking zone. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. This is gonna make it interesting, that's for sure.
So it's almost like oh, did they? So yesterday,
What's going on?
first come, first served. So,
Maybe early you could park the car there.
Where?
As long as you're in the car, you're chilling.
Where?
I'm just saying, you're not here. You're in the car. It's not leaving the car, leaving. Right?
I'm sure they'll come over and tell you. to
Well,
move.
that's what John said he's going to try tomorrow.
Yeah, just sit here and park, and if they tell you to move, they tell you to move. Some people say, just go home, enough's already. How can you just go home when the feds were just all over the house? I mean, things are happening. How can somebody go home like in the middle of a major case where we saw something at the scene here we haven't even seen in weeks? A massive federal presence here.
This is a thought to be image of the guest house, the pool house. because of the reflection in that left hand of the bird bath lantern. It's on her patio. It looks like there's a comforter on the floor. Who knows if that means anything, if anything at all.
Yeah, we can't be here, but they're gonna let homeless set up in any wash, any alley.
There's this too. This was from 8 hours ago, Fox News. First on Fox, Nancy Guthries' neighbor tells Fox News Digital she saw a suspicious young man walking in their neighborhood about 2 weeks before the 84-year-old was believed to have been abducted. He had his hat pulled really far over his eyes. That's unnerving. In 2 weeks, would that be about the 11th or the 16th? Probably. This is that chill noise. I don't know, that lady in the skirt, her hair looks too light to be the DA. But watching this today, then go in and out, in and out, in and out, you realize how many little doors, entrances and exits to that home there were. So the back door that was open could be numerous doors. We don't know which one it was.
What are you gonna do, John? What are you gonna do?
Probably walk.
You're gonna walk? Where?
I don't know yet.
You go on the other side of Campbell.
I need to scout it out. Yeah.
Take an Uber.
The only thing that's
Ubers cost $20 each way, $40.
The
Hey.
only thing is I'm doing put TV again first thing in the morning.
Uh-oh.
Really dark.
You scared to walk in the dark at night out here, John?
Maybe.
Hey, come on in.
Yeah.
Come talk.
All right.
All right. Let me actually raise this up high. I don't know, I got my thing on here.
Hey, there's a good tripod.
I like.
I hope your audience appreciates the hard work you put in.
I mean, I'm just sitting, we watching what's going on. Hey, John.
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
All right, FBI at the house today.
Yes. Yeah.
What you thought?
Big couple of days. I'm going to sit or stand.
mean, you've been here. Other than that first Friday, we saw them up on the roof, the FBI, because that's when then they discovered that camera that a neighbor had said. But what I think is interesting is, and I could be wrong, but is it possible that today was the first day that the sheriff actually let the FBI investigators go inside the house? I mean, if they haven't been here, it sure looks that way. So now we did see in the second week when the FBI, remember they were down there, and there was even a female, they walked right along the front of the property. But I'm going to come back to, you and I were chatting yesterday. I think we chatted a little bit.
Here, what we'll do. Here, this is what we'll do. Yeah, we'll have a seat. We'll have a seat. I'll move this down. We'll go down. We're shrinking. 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 Pretty cool.
That's actually good.
Go. Over. Hey, welcome aboard.
That's a great try.
It's all right. It's all right.
It works. So here's what I think, and I think we touched on it a little bit yesterday. And by the way, I enjoy our back and forth like this.
You do,
right? So that's where you're supposed to say I enjoy it as well.
I enjoy it as well. Thank you.
But anyhow, yesterday, I think yesterday was, yeah, it's good.
It's goodbye.
Very significant because, and I've been breaking down. I went back and watched the video with Savannah released yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday, first of all, Monday, you and I were here, and we could see. First of all, ABC left. Aaron Katursky, they were here over the weekend.
Why is everyone laughing?
I think just because I had said, you know, you're supposed to say I enjoy it too. Nice. That's why it's a little delayed.
Nice.
So so I think Savannah, who's very media savvy, sensed State of the Union, problems with Iran, like sheriff not doing press conferences, that maybe people start to play out. And you know, we don't know. Maybe through back channel, NBC is finding out from networks of, we're thinking it's starting to cut back a little bit. You know, they have no suspects. The sheriff will say we don't have any leads. They're not asking us to look for a vehicle. We don't have a person of interest to look for. If you listen to the sheriff, they're basically saying that they don't have anyone they're looking at. So I think on Monday, I think Savannah or her team or her family came to the realization of they got to change the dynamic. You know, there's an expression. I've never been in AA. I would tell you that, but there's an expression in AA. Maybe you know it. Nothing changes unless nothing changes. So I think, to me, Team Guthrie, whoever that may be, by the way, has been communicating with the other side.
And kind of distance himself from the sheriff's office, or a little not happy with the sheriff's office of where this direction is going.
That video where she said information about the reward. You have anything? Contact the FBI. She didn't say the sheriff, so that can't be ignored. She did say contact the FBI.
She said contact the FBI, not the sheriff.
I'm saying contact the FBI. She didn't mention the sheriff. That's what I'm trying to say. So. But what people should take away is she didn't say contact the sheriff or contact the FBI. She just said contact the FBI. So
plus the report that came out that she wanted to do this time, but she wanted to do this
and I think that's really
and the sheriff discouraged her from doing this.
The fact that NBC News put out yesterday morning, Willie Geist on Morning Joe put out that the Guthrie family wanted to offer the $1 million reward on the first day, and they were discouraged from doing that. Sheriff. Now, as you and I discussed yesterday, they didn't have to put that out. They didn't have to say anything. No one's questioning her. The information's all one way. She's not answering a question. So anything they're putting out is significant. Then you also had, as you and I, this was about 24 hours ago, FBI Phoenix is like, we're pulling some people back. We're going to move back to Phoenix. So I think it's like, hey, if he's going to be hardline, he's not sharing information. The Daily Mail, through sources, has that it's basically him and two of his top guys, and that's it. That the FBI is like talking to possibly Senator Mark Kelly, but someone through the Guthrie family. I'm not intimating this is all through Savannah. So they could have someone on their behalf dealing with law enforcement. So basically saying, if this guy's going to continue to, it's my show. You know, I mentioned to you yesterday as well that I learned from FBI, it's not a joint command. I mentioned like the Boston Marathon, command center established, Boston Police, FBI, ATF, Massachusetts State Police. December, Brown University incident with the shooter. Providence Police at their public safety complex. Providence Police Command Center. Rhode Island State Police. Massachusetts State Police. FBI, ATF. This Sheriff Chris Nanos, he doesn't operate that way. He has kept them at arm's length. That's why the FBI was staging at the Air Force Base. When this first went down with the ransom, the second week, the FBI elite negotiating team, JLR, they flew in, but they were staging at that Air Force Base, right? So the FBI had their own operation. So I think last night, that media alert sent out by Pima County Sheriff's people saying two things that jumped out. Number one, we may not keep doing daily updates. Now, what is that supposed to mean? On the same day that Savannah puts out this, you know, hoping for hope, blowing on the embers of hope. But he starts off, the first thing is in that media briefing is if you have any questions about the reward, contact the FBI, kind of like not my department. So I believe behind the scenes, I really mean this.
I just want to say shout out to Kimberly P. Koto, number 2. Kimberly P. Koto.
All right.
Thank you for the support. Very appreciate that.
Yes.
Just saw that pop up. Probably you said that before.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
So I think behind the scenes, I was saying, I thought, are we going to reach a point where Savannah is going to post another video on Instagram saying, we are requesting the FBI to take over the investigation? Now, I think there's a compromise here. The sheriff doesn't want to be, that would be embarrassing.
Would.
Right? He's
Career ending.
Possibly. He's in the bunker. No press conferences. He's been getting ripped, right? Rightfully so, wrongfully so.
He's not getting praised.
He's not getting praised.
Sheriff's not
Mistakes
getting
or gaffes. He's been getting ripped. So is it a negotiation? Listen, we're going to give you access to everything, but don't humiliate me. Basically, almost like a football team, like the head coach is going to call the plays, but you still have the offensive coordinator. Okay, so we're not going to embarrass him or his staff, but I just find it interesting this morning. Clearly, FBI investigators show up, and no one here is saying, oh, I saw that one before. Oh, they were here the first week. Zero. So that tells me
there's a new sheriff in town.
Yes, I like that.
There's a new sheriff in town here in Pima County, and that is the FBI. Because this was an FBI operation. I do not believe any of them was Pima County sheriff's deputies or anything like that. It seems like it was feds. Could be some federal prosecutors in the mix.
Yes.
Feds. The feds.
Now, I also heard from one of my followers runs an Airbnb and believes that one of the Guthrie family members was here inside the house today. So not necessarily Savannah. Remember, all 3 of those kids grew up in that house, right? But it could have been the brother came in, and it's my understanding that an FBI agent, former, contacted me and said, Annie was in the house that first Sunday, but it was very hectic. So maybe you bring in, now Savannah could have been in the house today, but you bring in a family member who maybe they had questions of. You want someone who's obviously really familiar with the layout. This is what I was told, but who would notice that doesn't belong there, that's out of place. Like, there's no way they know. They just know from when they walked in. Maybe it was Annie. Maybe she was inside because she was here that Sunday. Maybe it's too emotional, but it seems that SUV that pulled into the garage, that was not like evidence vehicle. So now, unless it was the sheriff, it was Chris Vanos, but I don't know why you wouldn't be marching out with them to show that you're still, the guy in charge. But this person who runs an Airbnb, I won't give out more information, but some family people like that are staying at Airbnbs. Seemed to intimate that they believed the vehicle that they saw pick someone up with family staying was then the same vehicle they saw. Now again, I want to put out, I don't know if that is fact, but that would make sense because the SUV we saw go into the garage JLR was not with the investigators. That was separate. And the investigators did not go to the garage. So I think this is a big day. I think and I'll say this. I think, I don't think the sheriff, you and I don't think we know much about him, right? We don't live here, we're not. So, but if you're him, what are you holding on to of like, it's still my ball? The kid in the neighborhood, it's my ball and the home.
That sounds like EGO.
It is. It's day 25. They have, as I said, like he doesn't have a leg to stand on. What could be lost?
What could be gained is if he withholds information from another partnering agency, he solves the case. If he solves the case, all this 3 weeks prior and everything would be forgotten.
True, but is it
solves
possible that was part of the ego of we're not going to share info because we're pretty confident that we can solve this? So I think
it was a disdain towards the FBI.
It is.
And I think there is some political elements to it because of the Trump administration. I think Mark Kelly, going against the Trump administration right now with all that military stuff that he was saying, defying orders and whatnot. I think there's
when you get law enforcement banging heads, these types of things.
I would just want to see them all working together.
It's not
all politics
not
aside,
happening.
differences
It's
aside.
It's not the turf. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. But I think at this point, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. So what I think, and this is the bottom line, there's a huge difference. What I was told for the FBI, I have to go off your notes. I have to go off you evaluated the crime scene, and you are nothing against them, but you are Pima County Sheriff, Detective, so forth. But there's a big difference if maybe then I go in and maybe I pick up on something, or we're allowed to, maybe I don't view it the way you do. Maybe I view it differently. A member of law enforcement said, you bring 10 cops into a crime scene and all 10 walk away, some variation of it. So I think, again, nothing against the sheriff, but why not let a fresh set of eyes look at this, right? Like, why not let
the most FBI, elite force on the face of the earth, which is the FBI. They are
that solved the Lockerbie, Scotland bombing. I mean, they found something
whether
like
you like
this
them or not,
big.
whether the FBI is corrupt or not,
ridiculous.
Inept or not, they are the most elite
tools. They are in the
I'll
world.
investigative
Yes,
on the face of the
that's
earth.
what gets called in. They just have different. Agencies don't, and they are more familiar with it. They're more experienced with it. So I view this as also the way the DNA came back. That was not what the sheriff was looking for. So people may not realize it, but I think today's day 25. I think the events of day 23 and 24 have put this on a trajectory where the FBI is now guiding the ship.
Are we going to use the word progress? Optimistic progress?
The path they were going down, and people, you probably know this, and people, your followers and viewers that are members of law enforcement, investigations are not, the way I've been taught, they're not a straight line. They go different.
Ebbs and flows.
Ebbs and flows, you go down, dead end, down here, dead end. I mean, it is, you have to like, where you get in trouble is if you get into the rabbit hole, you're positive on something and you're trying to prove that. So I was right. I told you that I had a problem with the timeline. And now they have revised it to say they actually think the timeline was January 17th, 11th, whenever that individual was here. So that alters everything. You know, that alters. There's a story in the New York Post. The neighbor said, you know, I saw someone walking around here. It didn't look like it didn't belong. Blah, blah, blah. So I think I have a different version of this. That is it possible that this is someone with disdain for some reason towards the Guthrie family?
I hate them. I have to come back here by all means necessary. I got to get my target.
You know, everyone's saying Savannah. I mean, we don't know much about the rest of the
Going
family.
after someone's mom.
He's going after the mom. She's got 3 kids. Unknown, but I'm starting to go that this behavior, what struck me was the fact, if in fact this individual was out here genuinely, because that is another level, right? And same get up, same outfit. You know, you and I were with some people on Friday night, and they were saying that they saw it. She'd opened the door. You heard Savannah in that video say yesterday, again, snatching her out of the bed. Again, the sheriff said that in the beginning. That leads me to believe that there's a blood trail from the bed. Whoever did this, it's very possible, went over and immediately hurt her while she was sleeping. I don't know, punched her in the nose. Is that a bloody nose? I mean, it's so. You and I are both males. That would be to be woken up. First of all, when you're woken up from a deep sleep, that can be jarring, right? Frightening. If you're woken up to a loud noise, something happens. But to have a stranger in your home with a mask, that would just be terrifying.
Happened with Brian Kohlberger.
Yes.
Moscow, Idaho.
That's right. And then removed out of the house. So we still don't know motive. We still don't have answers. But I think on day 25, the developments of this morning were very positive.
I think they were very positive.
Yeah.
It means
At least
that
it's a step in the right direction.
excuse me, more allergies. It means they're a fresh set of eyes, or they're taking the control of the situation, reevaluating it.
Yes.
We're coming here to do a further look and analysis.
Yep.
And then full speed, full throttle. And they might already have some things right now, and they're just closing in on the perp.
I like
circling
they
the
also,
wagons.
as someone said, that also could have been used today to eliminate something.
Well, they're doing that. Maybe coincides with what's about to happen here with the loss of traffic, saying,
yes,
well, this is out of our hands now, Pima County. It's out of our sheriff's hands.
Yep.
We'll fall back. You know, we don't care. You don't want. You know, we'll try to enforce all these laws around here and ordinances, and you know, that's people want to watch the house and look at the FBI
because there's been, since they made it one way, I think the past few days have actually gone very smooth.
Yes.
There's no traffic jams. I mean, there's no this business of rubbish and all this stuff. I don't know what they're talking about. The people.
Well, I mean, it also goes with Nano's putting out the statement yesterday saying
right.
no more press conference.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Like it's like done.
Yeah.
It's almost like it really might be possibly handed over to the FBI.
Yeah. They're just not making it public.
They're not making it public
You know?
yet.
Yeah.
It might be at the end of the day. It could be, or they're.
I'm curious to see if we get a press briefing from the FBI. If they put out,
They don't do
information.
that.
No, you're right. They don't. But some communication now. But keep in mind, there are certain members of the media that they are communicating with. They have been communicating, right? So that's what I'm curious to see. But I think you're right. We know it wasn't going anywhere the way it was. I think this could at least be a step in the right direction. And if this was, what troubles me though, finally, and watch me tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
Where are you going? Court TV,
Court
John
TV, tomorrow
DePietro.
morning, right here.
Or
And I'll be
whose
right
show
here.
you going?
Julie Grant.
Julie Grant, the great Julie
8
Grant.
o'clock
Shout
in the
out to
East.
Julie
Yep.
Grant.
7,
Passionate for victims out
7
there.
Central, yep. And then it's 6 o'clock here, 5 o'clock on the West Coast. But what does trouble me is if that person that did it is alone. Because now, granted,
No
Kohlberger was
co-defendants.
alone.
They say less witnesses.
That's tough.
It's
They
hard
don't,
when you
you
get
know?
somebody with you, more than one person.
Yep.
Somebody within that circle
Yep,
talks.
plus a million on the line, right?
Million on the line.
This you could cut a deal if there were 3. Maybe
The
I'm
weakest
going to an
link.
attorney and saying for the reward, I'll roll on them. So anyhow, but big day Big day.
Big day. Appreciate
All
you
right.
stopping by.
Keep up the good work.
You too, sir.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow
Yeah,
morning.
we'll be Ubering in.
Court TV.
We'll be Ubering in.
Yep.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how we're gonna do this yet. I'm waiting for possible solution to our temporary problem here. Back out here in front of Nancy Guthries Home as it is approaching the 4 o'clock hour. That was John DePietro. He is a streamer, journalist, blogger from the Northeast. He's been out here for a while, out here covering the case out here. Day 25. Oh, we're not going nowhere. Interesting. If we have to go to the sheriff's office, we go to the sheriff's office. If we might go to no location, we will. We'll see how this all looks tomorrow also. We'll see how this all looks tomorrow. Approaching almost 4 o'clock. Whoa, we got somebody just came up onto the property. Somebody just came up on the property with a dog. He's pointing. Look at the dog. Last time a guy came up with the dog started smelling the ground.
Wonder what that is about. Shaking the officer's hand. He's leaving.
All right, y'all.
Did our reception get a little choppy?
On that note, I am going to head out. I want to thank everybody that hung out today and saw all the new happenings.
Our reception go a little funny.
I won't be live on my channel tonight. I will probably be on
here.
Molly Go Lively Life Coach
over here.
Channel tonight with her. I will either be modding or I might be taking I'm not positive yet. I think that's what I'm doing. But so if you guys want to hang out with us tonight, feel free. And I will be doing tomorrow's Thursday. I will be getting ready for the Lilo and Stitch claws that I promised that I would do, and that'll be Thursday night.
The reception went a little funny.
Along with updates on this case. Hopefully tonight we get some big news.
So we're gonna try something. Stand by.
Hopefully it wasn't just the parking. The road's closed now. So on that note, I also want to thank. I noticed I got some new subscribers. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that beyond measure. I've been trying to grow my channel for a year, so every little bit helps. And if you haven't yet, please, on your way out, hit the thumbs up, subscribe button, and the notification bell if you want to know when we go live again.
Yeah, turn it on. I turn it back on.
We are a Claws and True Crime channel. So, all right, everybody, have a great night. and I'll talk to you later.
That's
Peace,
weird.
love, and claws.
Sometimes I just log off and log back in.